Chapter 1932. When the door was opened, a tall middle-aged man walked out of the Secundus house. He had a dark expression on his face. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a good-tempered person. It's Senior Brother Zhang Ji. Senior Brother Zhang Ji is one of the best devil cultivators at the early quintessential saint stage. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian won't challenge him to snatch his Secundus house, right? I don't think so. When the middle-aged man walked out, before Duan Lingtian could even challenge him, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to whisper among themselves. Early quintessential saint stage? Upon hearing these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' whispers, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. As it turned out, he was worried he would be unlucky and encounter an intermediate quintessential saint stage Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was staying in the Secundus house. However, it seemed like his worries were unnecessary. After waiting for a while, the first Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who walked out of the Secundus house was an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator. At this moment, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples realized Duan Lingtian might be trying to snatch the right to stay in the Secundus house. For this reason, they began to soar into the air and surround him. When their whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it also entered Zhang Ji's ears. You want to snatch my Secundus house? Upon hearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' whispers, Zhang Ji's expression turned grave as his eyes flashed coldly. Then, his eyes instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian who was looking at him. He asked coldly, "You're Duan Lingtian? You want to snatch my Secundus house?" This was because Zhang Ji had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few months and had only come out today. Due to this reason, he did not know there was a new person called Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He also did not know Duan Lingtian was a celebrity in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Ha! Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, a hearty laugh sounded in the air. Zhang Ji, don't tell me you haven't even heard of this Duan Lingtian junior brother? A person slowly walked out of a second-class house not far away. It was a young man, and the hearty laughter came from him. The moment he came out, he looked at Zhang Ji as if he was looking at a monster. It's Senior Brother Jiang Chu. I heard that Senior Martial Brother Jiang Chu doesn't get along well with Senior Martial Brother Zhang Ji. It seems to be true. Senior Martial Brother Jiang Chu, don't tell me you're here to add insult to injury? I heard Senior Brother Jiang Chu is even stronger than Senior Brother Zhang Ji. He's already halfway into the intermediate quintessential saint stage. When the young man came out, a group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to surround him and whisper to each other. As they spoke, they revealed his name and his cultivation base. Jiang Chu was a handsome young man with a jade-like face. His long hair was tied up with a hairband. He had a pair of long and narrow almond-shaped eyes. Apart from his handsome appearance, there was a hint of devilish charm in his eyes. At this moment, he was looking at Zhang Ji with a mocking expression. Zhang Ji was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was tall, and he looked like an iron tower as he stood there. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's mocking words, Zhang Ji could not help but glare at him with hostility. Humph! Jiang Chu, so what if I haven't heard of this Duan Lingtian junior brother? No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price in blood if they want to snatch my residence. The moment Zhang Ji's words left his mouth, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. His eyes flashed coldly. Brat, if you know what's good for you, you better not have any ideas about my residence. Otherwise, I'll beat you up so badly that even your parents won't be able to recognize you. The moment Zhang Ji spoke, he did not hold back at all. He directly threatened Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Jiang Chu no longer spoke. Instead, he studied Duan Lingtian curiously. When Duan Lingtian had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, he had heard about Duan Lingtian. 10 days ago, he had even witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Gulong. He was also amazed by the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. However, at that time, he discovered that although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. He was not at the quintessential saint stage yet. 10 days later, a scene that surprised him appeared. Duan Lingtian actually wanted to snatch the Secundus house. It seems like junior brother Duan Lingtian has also improved in these 10 days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to snatch the Secundus house. I wonder how strong he is now. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chu thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Although he did not have much interaction with Duan Lingtian, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He knew junior brother Duan Lingtian was not a reckless person. Since he dared to snatch the Secundus house, he must be confident. Beat me up to the point that even my parents won't recognize me? Upon hearing Zhang Ji's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then he could not help but sneer. Are you that confident in your strength? Your smile makes me very unhappy. However, I've changed my mind. Zhang Ji's expression darkened when he saw the mocking smile on Duan Lingtian's face. He said coldly, Today, unless you crawl under my crotch and kowtow to me 3 times, I won't let you go. Otherwise, even if you don't challenge me and snatch my house, I, Zhang Ji, won't let you go. I won't kill or cripple you. However, I'll let you experience the pain of living and make you wish you were dead. When Zhang Ji reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. Zhang Ji was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Earlier, Jiang Chu's teasing had ignited a fire in his heart. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him with a mocking smile on his face, the flames of anger in his heart were instantly ignited. Moreover, there were so many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples watching. Naturally, he did not want to embarrass himself. Zhang Ji, you've crossed the line. Jiang Chu frowned. He could not stand it anymore. Jiang Chu, mind your own business. I don't want to fight with you today. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Zhang Ji's expression darkened even more. After he looked at Jiang Chu coldly, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. You, Jiang Chu's expression changed immediately. His robe fluttered as he tried to make a move. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air and stopped him. Senior brother Jiang Chu, thank you for your kindness. I know there's a conflict between you and Zhang Jisoo, but why don't you let me handle this? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Jiang Chu. When Jiang Chu saw Duan Lingtian's calm gaze, he calmed down immediately. In the end, he nodded. All right, I'll give you face, junior brother Duan Lingtian. After Jiang Chu finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Ji coldly. You're Zhang Ji, right? When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Jiang Chu to Zhang Ji, his calm expression was no longer calm. It was replaced with coldness. Even if I want to challenge you and take your residence, I'm still following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. I'm following the rules of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence. I'm following the rules by challenging you. However, you want to humiliate me? If you can't achieve your goal, you want to make me wish I was dead? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his voice was so cold that the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Earlier, when Zhang Ji saw Duan Lingtian and his old rival, Jiang Chu, exchanging glances, he was furious again. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately vented the anger in his heart. I don't care if you're following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules or not. What can you do if I, Zhang Ji, want to humiliate you? Since you have the guts to challenge me, you should be prepared to be humiliated. How many people in the Black Turtle Sanctum don't know my temper? I'll give you one last chance. Crawl under my crotch and kowtow to me 3 times. Then I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, even if you don't challenge me again, I won't let you go today. I'll slowly torture you and make you wish you were dead. When Zhang Ji reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by Zhang Ji many times over. I don't care if you're following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules or not. Zhang Ji, let's see if you have the ability to make me wish I was dead or not. Duan Lingtian was enraged by Zhang Ji's provocation. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Zhang Ji as though he was looking at a dead man. Based on your words, it seems like you plan to continue challenging me? When Zhang Ji heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he laughed. Good. Very good. Your courage is commendable. Since you've given up on the chance to make peace with me, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, his robe fluttered. The saint energy that belonged to an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator surged out of his body as a terrifying aura spread out. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he mobilized the sun saint energy in his body through his 99 saint veins. It's only been a while, but senior brother Duan Lingtian and senior brother Zhang Ji have such a huge conflict? The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene finally regained their senses at this moment. All of them were dumbfounded. They had witnessed the entire process of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Ji's enmity with their own eyes. Everything happened in less than 10 breaths of time. Senior brother Zhang Ji's temper is still the same as before. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to suffer a little. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples chimed in. I'm looking forward to senior brother Duan Lingtian's counterattack and defeat senior brother Zhang Ji. I really want to see what kind of expression the short-tempered senior brother Zhang Ji will have at that time. Some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples chimed in. Their words were filled with anticipation. I think all of you must be dreaming. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is not bad, it's not to the point where he can be compared to senior brother Zhang Ji. He's destined to be defeated by senior brother Zhang Ji today. That's right. Right now, Duan Lingtian has already lost his mind due to anger. If he can calm down, he definitely won't try to challenge senior brother Zhang Ji again. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Zhang Ji. Chapter 1933. In the opinion of most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, it was not a big deal. Although Duan Lingtian was strong and had killed Gu Long, a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage from the Black Turtle Sanctum, it did not mean he was stronger than Zhang Ji. Perhaps, in terms of innate talent, Gu Long possessed a blue innate spiritual root and was stronger than Zhang Ji. However, in terms of strength, Zhang Ji, however, was far from what Gu Long could compare to. No matter what, Gu Long was only a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Zhang Ji was an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Coupled with the fact that he was a devil cultivator who focused on tempering his body, his strength surpassed more than 80% of the early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum. The best among the early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum? A devil cultivator who focuses on body refinement? As more and more Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples gathered around, Duan Lingtian heard all kinds of whispers. He had a better understanding of Zhang Ji. He did not miss any useful information. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, even if he knew about Zhang Ji's background, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. His face was calm and unperturbed. Even if he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior 10 days ago, he would still be able to fight an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse to a draw even if he unleashed all of his techniques. Naturally, he would still lose in the end. Because the elementary devouring technique consumed too much of his mental energy, he couldn't maintain it for long. Today, his cultivation base had made another breakthrough. It would not be difficult for him to defeat an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Even if Zhang Ji was an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator, one of the strongest early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he was 80% confident he could defeat him. The reason why he wasn't 100% sure was because he still didn't know if Zhang Ji had mastered any high-level divine ability. If Zhang Ji grasped a high-grade divine ability, it would be difficult to defeat him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene did not know about this. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength in his battle with Gu Long. He still had the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The reason why he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was because he felt that it was unnecessary. Even if he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he could still defeat and even kill Gu Long. And the end result proved that this was indeed the case. I wonder if I'll be able to defeat Zhang Ji without transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian stared at Zhang Ji calmly as he muttered in his heart. In the upcoming battle with Zhang Ji, he did not plan to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior right from the beginning. In fact, if it was not necessary, he did not even plan to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was one of his trump cards. He did not intend to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. A hidden trump card would often have a miraculous effect at a critical moment. He offended elderly, and as soon as he entered the Black Turtle's sanctum after arriving at the Zoroastrianism, 10 days ago, with his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage, he managed to kill a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed a blue innate spiritual root with 2 powerful divine abilities that are suspected to be high-grade divine abilities. While Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Ji had also learned about Duan Lingtian's deeds from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He was shocked as a hint of surprise flashed in the depth of his eyes. It did not cross his mind that the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who wanted to challenge him to snatch his Secundus house was only an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. At the very least, he was an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator 10 days ago. However, since he had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. At the very least, Duan Lingtian's strength could be considered as one of the best among those at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability. His speed was comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Zhang Ji had learned all of this from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were spectating. I can't believe that the Black Turtle Sanctum would have such a great person like you, Duan Lingnan, when I was in closed-door cultivation. I'm sure you must have made a breakthrough in your cultivation base in the past 10 days and entered the intermediate exemplary saint stage, right? Zhang Ji stared at Duan Lingtian as he spoke in a cold voice. He was trying to probe him when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of snatching the Secundus house, it was obvious he knew his place. However, today he wanted to snatch the Secundus house as soon as he came out. It was obvious he was confident in his strength. But, are you scared? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he smirked when he heard Zhang Ji's probing question. Scared? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Zhang Ji smirked when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian, aren't you overthinking things? I admit that you're quite strong. Once you've broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, you'll be able to fight with an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, do you think I, Zhang Ji, can be compared to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse? Today I, Zhang Ji, will let you know what it means by there's always someone better than you. When Zhang Ji reached the end of his smirk, he suddenly shouted and charged toward Duan Lingtian. He was as agile and swift as a swimming dragon. Bush, 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 bush. As Zhang Ji charged toward Duan Lingtian, the devil chi in a 100-meter radius around him skyrocketed and transformed into hundreds of devil shadows that were formed by pure devil chi. In just a blink of an eye, half of the sky was shrouded by devil chi. It was as though black clouds were pressing down on the city. It felt as though black clouds were pressing down on the city. It's the 100 Devils territory. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could not help but exclaim. I can't believe Senior Brother Zhang Ji has already consolidated the 100 Devils territory. It seems like after learning about Duan Lingtian's deeds, he no longer dares to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He's not holding back at all. Since Senior Brother Duan Lingtian dares to snatch the Secundus house today, he must have made a breakthrough just like Senior Brother Zhang Ji has guessed. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian, who has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, can fight an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse with his various techniques. Would Senior Brother Zhang Ji dare to be careless when facing an opponent who's comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse? That's right. Although Senior Brother Zhang Ji can be considered as one of the best among early quintessential saint stage powerhouses, he's still an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He's not at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or even higher. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves as they stared intently at Zhang Ji, who had consolidated the 100 Devils territory. At this moment, Zhang Ji was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Devil convergence. Without warning, a loud cry resonated in everyone's ears. It was none other than Zhang Ji. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of demonic shadows in his 100 demons domain rushed toward him at an extremely fast speed. In the end, his entire body was submerged within. The hundreds of devils seemed to have transformed into a devil cloud that shrouded Zhang Ji. At the same time, they charged toward Duan Lingtian at an even faster speed. This speed was much faster than an ordinary early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. Elementary devouring tactic. Golden Crow's wings. Faced with the ferocious devil cloud, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. He instantly cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Then, he activated the Sun Saint energy that had been strengthened. In the next moment, the Golden Crow's wings flew out from Duan Lingtian's back and flapped violently. Boom, 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 boom. When the pair of huge wings that were burning with raging flames flapped, the air in the surroundings was compressed to the extreme, causing thunderous explosions to reverberate in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian increased the distance between him and the devil cloud at a speed that was slightly faster than the devil cloud. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered the devil cloud was shrinking rapidly. In the end, it actually transformed into a black armor that was suffused with a dense and cold demonic aura. It covered Zhang Ji's body, causing the originally tall and large Zhang Ji to appear as though he had transformed into a demonic god with an oppressive, baleful aura. His territory can be used like this? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little surprised. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian even more was yet to come. Demonic shadow. With a soft cry, Zhang Ji, who was wearing the black armor, activated his saint energy and cast an intermediate-level movement divine ability. After leaving behind a demonic shadow, his speed increased again. At this moment, in terms of speed, he was actually on par with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I've caught up with the speed that you rely on the most. What other tricks do you have? Just use them now. As he shouted, the devil chi on Zhang Ji's body increased again. He activated the devil chi in his body without any reservation, and his speed increased again. Although the increase was not much, it allowed him to be slightly faster than Duan Lingtian. He was slowly closing the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. If this continued, it would not take long for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingnan is about to be caught up. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian fought with Gulong. He relied on his speed after casting his movement divine ability. If it wasn't for the fact that his speed is much faster than Gulong, he wouldn't be a match for Gulong at all. That's right. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's biggest advantage is his speed. Now that he's caught up to him, doesn't this mean he's going to be a piece of meat on senior brother Zhang Ji's chopping board? I can't believe this battle is going to end as soon as it has just begun. Upon seeing this, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples shook their heads. They felt the result of this battle would be out soon. Junior brother Duan Lingtian? Even Jiang Chu could not help but frown at this moment. Chapter 1934. Duan Lingtian's biggest advantage was his speed. All the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene knew this very well. At this moment, Zhang Ji's speed was slightly faster than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. Everyone felt the battle was going to end soon. I can't believe senior brother Zhang Ji's speed is so fast. Although Duan Lingtian's speed is much faster than 10 days ago, it's still not as fast as senior brother Zhang Ji. Actually, Duan Lingtian's speed is not slow at all. It's comparable to an ordinary early quintessential Saint Stage martial cultivator. However, he's not facing an ordinary early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. He's facing an elite early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse, senior brother Zhang Ji. It seems like senior brother Zhang Ji is only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so fast. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves, they were in low spirits. Initially, they thought there would be a fierce battle. It did not cross their minds that it would end so quickly. To think that I even interrupted my closed-door cultivation. How disappointing! Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples complained. Some of them regretted interrupting their closed-door cultivation to watch the show. The battle before their eyes was not as exciting as they had imagined. However, soon after, a voice resonated in the ears of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. It was precisely this voice that caused their spirits to involuntarily rise. Do you really think this is my fastest speed? The voice was indifferent. It came from Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the pair of huge wings that were burning with blazing flames on his back began to flap without holding back. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's speed was 20% faster than before. Although he was only 20% faster, he easily left Zhang Ji behind. It was as if he was riding on a cloud of dust, causing Zhang Ji to only be able to eat his dust from afar. When Zhang Ji saw Duan Lingtian's figure gradually disappearing, horror dawned on his face immediately. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast, but he was still holding back. Moreover, he had held back 20% of his speed. For a moment, a sense of defeat rose in his heart. Although Duan Lingtian's current speed had yet to reach the speed of an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, he was not far from it. At the very least, he was 20% faster than Duan Lingtian's full speed. What did it mean to be 20% faster? This could be seen from the fact that Duan Lingtian had left Zhang Ji in the dust in an instant. So fast. This speed? I'm afraid it's not much slower than an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse, right? This is too exaggerated. It's completely different from 10 days ago. Duan Lingtian's sudden burst of speed not only shocked Zhang Ji, but it also shocked the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were watching the fight. So fast. Jiang Chu's expression turned solemn as well. Although he had already taken half a step into the intermediate quintessential saint stage, his speed was not much slower than an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's current speed, he was 20% slower. His current speed was only comparable to Zhang Ji's current speed. I can't believe Zhang Ji's strength has increased so much after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He's already comparable to me in terms of speed. Zhang Ji was Jiang Chu's old rival. Naturally, Jiang Chu felt pressured when he saw his old rival's strength had increased so much. It's only been 10 days, but why does it feel like Duan Lingtian has become a completely different person? Although his speed was fast 10 days ago, it was only close to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, his current speed is the fastest among those below the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Unbelievable. Did he really only make a breakthrough in his cultivation base in these 10 days? This is unbelievable. Duan Lingtian's speed had shocked most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were shocked were the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had witnessed the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Gu Long 10 days ago. Due to the fact that the battle 10 days ago was not that long ago, they still remembered it clearly. At that time, Duan Lingtian's speed was not as fast as he was now. His speed had increased so much in just 10 days. While they were shocked, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. This was because the increase in his speed was just too ridiculous. So what if you're faster than me? Your strength is only temporarily increased by the assist-type divine ability. How long can you last? Zhang Ji slowed down slightly when he saw he could not catch up to Duan Lingtian. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If you run away now, you won't be able to escape. Otherwise, once the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off, I'll torture you however I want. If you're afraid, you can admit defeat and run away now. Otherwise, once you fall into my hands, even if I don't dare to kill or cripple you due to the sex rules, I'll still torture you until you're better off dead." When Zhang Ji reached the end of his sentence, his tone was extremely cold as though it came from an ice cave. It caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Zhang Ji. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was fleeing in the distance, turned around in time. He looked at Zhang Ji calmly and said in a clear voice, "Although I know you're trying to provoke me, I still want to tell you that whether it's before or now, I have no intention of running away. At the very least, you, Zhang Ji, don't have the ability to make me, Duan Lingyan, run away." His words were irrefutable, and every mouthful of saliva was like a nail. "If you don't want to run away, why are you running away? Do you dare to fight me, Zhang Ji, fair and square?" Zhang Ji had a mocking smile on his face. When he reached the end of his sentence, he continued to provoke Zhang Ji. "If you don't dare to fight me, you're just a piece of trash, a coward. A person like you shouldn't stay in the Black Turtle's sanctum and Zoroastrianism. You'll only embarrass yourself." Although Duan Lingtian knew Zhang Ji was trying to provoke him, he could not help but feel furious at this moment. "Zhang Ji, since you want to fight me fair and square, I'll fulfill your wish." As Duan Lingtian shouted coldly, he activated his golden crow's wings. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to Zhang Ji and instantly cast his divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky. When he appeared again, he had already descended from the sky in a menacing manner. However, when one Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky, 3 Duan Lingtian returned. It was impossible to distinguish the real one from the fake Duan Lingtian. 300 inscriptions saint swords charged toward Zhang Ji with killing intent. It was as though they were going to kill Zhang Ji in just 3 strikes. Is this a divine ability? What a powerful divine ability! This divine ability! I'm afraid it's a high-grade divine ability. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with a high cultivation base could see how extraordinary the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast was. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to master the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, perfectly, when combined with the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, the power it unleashed was extraordinary. People could not help but suspect it was a high-grade divine ability. 10 days ago, when Gulong died, there was a bloody hole in each of the 3 vital points on his body. It seems like he died because of this sword divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast. At that time, Duan Lingtian had consolidated his territory, so I didn't see what he did. Now, I finally know what he did in his territory that day. As expected, it's an instant kill with 3 strikes. However, it's not as simple as a martial tactic. This sword divine ability must be a high-grade divine ability. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast. This divine ability had completely attracted their attention. 3 strikes descended from the sky like sword celestials descending from the sky. Otherworldly celestial. 3 high-grade divine abilities? Jiang Chu, who was watching from afar, was also dumbstruck at this moment. It was as though he had been petrified. The scene before his eyes dealt a huge blow to him. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. He's just an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, but he can cast such a powerful attack. It seems like his assist-type divine ability is indeed a high-grade assist-type divine ability. Moreover, the sword divine ability he cast now must be a high-grade divine ability as well. Needless to say, that movement divine ability of his is definitely a high-grade divine ability. Zhang Ji's expression turned grave when he saw the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast. Although his expression was grave, his heart was filled with shock. He managed to comprehend and master 3 high-grade divine abilities. What does Duan Lingtian do to deserve this? Although Zhang Ji was shocked, a fire of jealousy that seemed capable of burning everything rose in his heart. He, Zhang Ji, was an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Until now, he had only managed to comprehend and master 2 medium-grade divine abilities and 1 high-grade divine ability. However, this fellow was only an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, but he managed to comprehend and master 3 high-grade divine abilities. In comparison, there was only jealousy left in his heart. Flames of jealousy burned in Zhang Ji's eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The coldness in his eyes intensified. If looks could kill, Zhang Ji would have cut Duan Ling Tian into 1,000 pieces. The sword divine ability is not bad, but it's a pity the person using it is too weak. Zhang Ji snorted coldly in the face of the 300 inscriptions saint swords that were descending from the sky. With a raise of his hands, a pair of gloves appeared on each of his fists. It was his 100 inscriptions saint weapon. The gloves were completely black and did not have any luster. It was unknown what material it was made of. However, since it was 100 inscriptions saint weapon, it was naturally not an ordinary pair of gloves. Shattering mountains and rivers fist. Faced with Duan Ling Tian, who was like 3 sword celestials and the 3 swords that were like celestial swords, Zhang Ji shouted loudly as he clenched his fists and charged forward fearlessly. Chapter 1935. Bam, bam. Zhang Ji punched out with both of his fists. Not only did he have the power of 100 inscriptions saint weapon, but he also had a set of fist techniques and one of the 3 divine abilities he had mastered. It was the offensive divine ability, mountain and river fist. This divine ability was the only high-grade divine ability among the 3 divine abilities he had mastered. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Ji punched out with both of his fists. It was as though he could shatter the heavens. Wherever his fists passed, it was as though 2 dragons were sweeping out toward the 100 inscriptions saint sword in the hands of the 3 Duan Ling Tians who were charging at him like sword celestials. When the 2 of them collided, another loud explosion reverberated in the air. Heaven and earth seemed to have changed color. What a powerful force! Is this a high-grade divine ability? Duan Ling Tian, who had cast the otherworldly celestial, felt the blood in his body churning when he collided with Zhang Ji's fists. At the same time, he discovered Zhang Ji's force had overpowered his and was charging toward him. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Zhang Ji to have mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. Moreover, he chose to fight the high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, head-on. It was as though he was not worried about being injured by the sword qi. His defense is so strong? In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian made another discovery. The armor formed by Zhang Ji's domain seemed to perfectly fuse with the defensive moves and defensive divine abilities he used. The sword qi released by Transcendent Flying Immortal could not hurt him at all. No wonder he dares to fight me head-on. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he noticed Zhang Ji's energy had already arrived in front of him and was about to hit him. Trash! At the same time, Zhang Ji's disdainful voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian instantly felt the vital energy and blood in his body surging up. He was so angry that he forgot he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and use his powerful body to withstand the impact of the energy. At this moment he felt his head heat up. At the same time that he was extremely angry, his mental energy started to become strangely restless. Devouring tactic. Solitaire. Duan Ling Tian did not know why he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when he was on the verge of losing his mind. Instead, he cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, and the strange pupil's soul attack. The devouring tactic was known to devour all energy. Naturally, this included his opponent's energy. Duan Ling Tian knew about this in the past, but he had never tried it before. This was because the information about the devouring technique mentioned that if one used the devouring technique to devour the power of an owner, they would suffer an extremely terrifying backlash. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to recklessly attempt it. At this moment, he subconsciously cast the devouring tactic. Duan Ling Tian felt a great sense of pressure from the energy that was charging at him. However, when Duan Ling Tian subconsciously cast the devouring tactic, a whirlpool appeared with his body as the center and devoured the force. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian experienced what a backlash was. The force that was devoured did not belong to him at all. It rampaged through his body and shook his internal organs. In the end, Duan Lingtian felt so much pain that he wanted to die. "You're seeking death." Although Zhang Ji was surprised that Duan Lingtian could cast the assist-type divine ability to devour his force, he sneered when he realized he could still control the force. He controlled the force to run amok in Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's left eye, the strange pupil, flashed. A solidified dragon-shaped soul attack shot out and entered Zhang Ji's body before he could react. After the soul attack entered Zhang Ji's body, it went straight for his soul. Boom! Although the soul attack was weak compared to Zhang Ji's early quintessential saint stage soul, it still caused Zhang Ji's soul to tremble when it collided with it. Soul attack. At the same time, Zhang Ji's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still be able to cast a soul attack on him under such circumstances. Although the soul attack was not powerful, it still caused his soul to tremble. As a result, Zhang Ji was momentarily absent-minded. While Zhang Ji was in a daze, the connection between him and the force was temporarily severed. Devour! Duan Lingtian exerted his strength and completely devoured Zhang Ji's force, turning it into a part of his body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized he could no longer control the force in his body. This was because he had already devoured a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings to elevate his sun saint energy to the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Now that he had devoured Zhang Ji's force, he was instantly overloaded. After being overloaded, Duan Lingtian felt as though his body was about to explode. His 99 saint veins seemed as though they would explode at any moment. Go! At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was tormented by this overload of energy, could no longer endure it. With a raise of his hand, he instinctively pushed his palm forward. The overloaded power also flowed out of his palm and surged toward Zhang Ji, who was not far in front of him. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's palm came too quickly and without any warning. Horror dawned on Zhang Ji's face as he hastily mobilized the devil chi in his body to defend himself. At this moment, the armor on Zhang Ji's body turned even darker. Boom! In the next moment, the force that almost caused Duan Lingtian's body to explode surged out of his palm and slammed onto Zhang Ji's body, drowning him. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as Zhang Ji was sent flying like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He was in a wretched state. Even the black armor on his body had disappeared without a trace. It was as though it had been shattered by the force that surged out of Duan Lingtian's palm. After being blasted away, Zhang Ji's body fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer moving. He's dead! Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. The battle between him and Zhang Ji was not a death duel. If one of them died, he would not be able to escape the punishment of Zoroastrianism. As for the other people present on the scene, they were all dumbstruck. The only sound that could be heard was Duan Lingtian's rapid breathing. Wah! However, when he saw Zhang Ji's body tremble and his head shake as he regained consciousness and spat out a mouthful of blood, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he was not dead. I must have been possessed just now. Thinking about what he had done under the pressure of Zhang Ji's power, Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch violently. If the heavens gave him another chance, he would not have impulsively used the devouring technique to devour Zhang Ji's power. At the very least, he would not have devoured it before the power was out of Zhang Ji's control. If not for the strange pupil's timely soul attack that interfered with Zhang Ji, I would have been killed by the power that I devoured. Thinking about what had just happened, Duan Lingtian felt a lingering fear in his heart. Even if I interfered with Zhang Ji and successfully devoured that power, I was already overloaded. I would have exploded. If I had exploded, I would not even have a corpse left. No matter what, Duan Lingtian did not want to experience what had just happened again. Even if the power that he had devoured was extremely terrifying and was comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, he did not want to experience it again. All the energy in my body has been completely drained. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of emptiness in his body. All the energy in his body had been drained away. This feeling of emptiness was similar to when he had used the Jasper Celestial Sword to drain all his energy. The might of that attack earlier, even if it's compared to the might of the Jasper Celestial Sword that I can unleash with all my strength, I'm afraid it's not far off, right? However, compared to the feeling of emptiness in my body when all my energy has been drained away, the former really makes me want to die. In any case, I don't want to experience it again. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief after he glanced at Zhang Ji, who was lying on the ground, to make sure he was not dead or crippled and had only temporarily lost his ability to move. Zhang Ji, from now on, your Secundus house belongs to me, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Ji indifferently before he said coldly with the last of his strength. In the next instant he used the last of his strength to hastily fly into Zhang Ji's Secundus house and closed the door with a loud bang. After entering the house, Duan Lingtian collapsed on the ground. He could not stand up again. He could not even get up for a long time. Outside, Zhang Ji, who had regained consciousness, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Duan Lingtian's words that he fainted immediately. Zhang Ji was really unlucky. The power that had injured him to such an extent had mostly come from himself. Most of the energy belonged to him, but a portion of it belonged to Duan Lingtian as well. When the two energies were stacked together, it stirred restlessly in Duan Lingtian's body. When it was about to explode, the energy contained in it was not as simple as 1 + 1. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to release the restless energy toward Zhang Ji, who was standing in front of him. The energy that was equivalent to the full force of an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator easily broke through Zhang Ji's layers of defense. Not only that, but it also heavily injured Zhang Ji and sent him flying. This was because Zhang Ji had extraordinary strength and was a devil cultivator who specialized in tempering his body. If it was another ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse, he would have died from that attack. After Duan Lingtian hastily entered the Secundus house and Zhang Ji fainted, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples finally regained their senses. Gasp, 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 gasp. Chapter 1936. He lost. Senior brother Zhang Ji lost. How's this possible? If I'm not mistaken, the attack that senior brother Zhang Ji cast earlier seemed to contain the high-grade fist divine ability, the Mountain and River Fist. I can't believe senior brother Zhang Ji managed to comprehend it and master it. With senior brother Zhang Ji's current strength, the Mountain and River Fist that he cast is not as powerful as an ordinary powerhouse at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. However, it seems like he didn't manage to injure senior brother Duan Lingtian at all. Not only did he not injure senior brother Duan Lingtian, but he was even heavily injured and defeated by Duan Lingtian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene gasped before an uproar broke out. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian's divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, collided head-on with Zhang Ji's divine ability, the Mountain and River's Punch, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was shocked. Prior to this, they did not know both of them had mastered high-grade offensive divine abilities. If they thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning when they saw Duan Lingtian had cast his high-grade offensive divine ability, none of them thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning when Zhang Ji cast his high-grade offensive divine ability as well. This was because Zhang Ji's strength was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the explosive power of his high-grade offensive divine ability, he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian had also cast a high-grade offensive divine ability, he would still be able to withstand it. What happened next was just as they had expected. Zhang Ji's energy easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's energy before it continued to blast toward Duan Lingtian without slowing down at all. Just when they thought Duan Lingtian would be heavily injured and sent flying, they saw a shocking scene. A scene that made them feel incomparably horrified appeared. With Duan Lingtian as the center, a terrifying vortex suddenly appeared. It was the support-type divine ability that he had used before. After the vortex appeared, it actually swallowed up all of Zhang Ji's attacking power. Following that, Duan Lingtian struck out with his palm. He combined the power that he had swallowed from Zhang Ji with his own power, turning it into a terrifying power that he unleashed at Zhang Ji. Even though Zhang Ji defended with all his might, he still ended up heavily injured. Although he wasn't dead or crippled, Zhang Ji wouldn't be able to stand up without half a day of recovery. What exactly is that support-type divine ability that senior martial brother Duan Lingtian mastered? Not only can it absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself for a short period of time, it can even absorb the opponent's energy. It's too terrifying. Based on the current situation, even the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum is far from comparable to the support-type divine ability that senior martial brother Duan Lingtian has mastered. In my opinion, let alone the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, even the number 1 support-type divine ability from Zoroastrianism might not be comparable to the support-type divine ability that senior martial brother Duan Lingtian has mastered. Soon after, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples recalled the crucial moment when Duan Lingtian had turned the tables. It was the support-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast that turned the tables at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have lost. The high-grade support-type divine ability, the devouring tactic, that Duan Lingtian had mastered instantly became the topic of discussion among the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. I've never heard of senior martial brother Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability before. I've never heard of it before. What a terrifying support-type divine ability. Soon after, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discovered something. There were so many of them, but none of them had heard of the support-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast before. Moreover, they did not even know the name of the support-type divine ability. For a time, Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability became even more mysterious in their hearts. What a terrifying support-type divine ability. Even Jiang Chu, who had half a foot in the intermediate quintessential saint stage, was shocked when he regained his senses. He was shocked that Duan Lingtian had managed to turn the tables and defeat Zhang Ji with his support-type divine ability at the last moment. In fact, when Zhang Ji had cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Mountain and River Fist, even he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. At that moment, Zhang Ji's strength was already enough to fight him to a draw. I can't believe Zhang Ji has successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Mountain and River Fist, that his master passed down to him. Even if I were to fight him now, I'm not confident I'll be able to defeat him. At most, we'll be evenly matched. A hint of dread could be seen in Jiang Chu's eyes as he looked at Zhang Ji, who was lying unconscious on the ground. The strength that Zhang Ji had displayed after he came out of closed-door cultivation made Jiang Chu feel pressured. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Chu glanced at the Secundus house that originally belonged to Zhang Ji and Duan Lingtian before he returned to his Secundus house and entered closed-door cultivation. I won't come out of closed-door cultivation until I've broken through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Jiang Chu made up his mind before he entered closed-door cultivation. At some point, Zhang Ji had regained consciousness again. However, because his injuries were too severe, it was difficult for him to even move. All the bones and muscles in his body seemed to have solidified. Although many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had left, many of them were still discussing among themselves. Naturally, they were discussing the battle earlier. At the beginning of the battle earlier, I had absolute confidence in senior brother Zhang Ji. However, I didn't expect senior brother Zhang Ji would be defeated in the end. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is too heaven-defying. The strength that senior brother Zhang Ji displayed with his high-grade divine ability, the Mountain River Fist, is definitely one of the top powerhouses at the early quintessential saint stage. Even then, he still lost to senior brother Duan Lingtian. I remember that before the battle began, senior brother Zhang Ji seemed to have said that he'd make senior brother Duan Lingtian suffer a fate worse than death. He's right. However, the person who would suffer a fate worse than death isn't senior brother Duan Lingtian. It's him. Speaking of this, I can't help but say that senior brother Duan Lingtian has a good temper. If it were me, I would have mocked him after I defeated senior brother Zhang Ji. I would have made him pay for all the humiliation he gave me. That's right. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has a good temper. He's a great man who doesn't hold grudges against others. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They did not notice that Zhang Ji had already woken up. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Ji's face flushed red. His eyes widened before he fainted again. However, these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not know that it was not because Duan Lingtian had a good temper that he did not mock Zhang Ji after he defeated him. It was because he was in a very bad situation at that time. He was already at the end of his tether. He did not have the energy to mock Zhang Ji at all. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have slapped Zhang Ji's face mercilessly. Before he exhausted his last bit of energy, he only managed to say one sentence to announce his victory. Zhang Ji, from today onward, your Secundus house belongs to me, Duan Lingtian. These words proved that he was the final victor of today's battle, Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if he had collapsed in public due to exhaustion, this battle would have been considered a draw at most. A draw was not what Duan Lingtian wanted. In the Secundus house that originally belonged to Zhang Ji and now belonged to Duan Lingtian. As Duan Lingtian collapsed on the ground, his body was gradually recovering. Not only did he recover his Sun Saint energy, but his physical and mental exhaustion was also restored. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's consciousness that was originally a little blurry gradually became clearer. I can't believe that Zhang Ji has a high-grade offensive divine ability as his trump card. When Duan Lingtian recalled the earlier scene, he could not help but gasp. Faced with Zhang Ji, who had mastered a high-grade divine ability, even if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he might not be a match for him. If this dragged on, he would definitely be the one to lose. Fortunately, he had instinctively cast the devouring tactic at the critical moment. Coupled with his soul attack, he managed to defeat Zhang Ji in one fell swoop. The reason he was able to win this battle was mostly due to luck. With the strength Zhang Ji displayed, I'm afraid there aren't many people below the intermediate quintessential saint stage who's a match for him. If I want to defeat him easily, I'll have to break through to the mastery divine saint stage before he breaks through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, with my current green innate spiritual root, coupled with the assistance from the Secundus house and the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'll be able to break through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage in a month at most. When Duan Lingtian thought about his innate spiritual root that had transformed, a confident expression appeared on his face. Naturally, a month was the time in the outside world. A month in the outside world was equivalent to 10 months in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. No matter what, I won't use the devouring tactic to devour energy that already has an owner unless it's necessary. Moreover, I won't overload the energy in my body. Not only will I feel uncomfortable, but there's also the risk of my body exploding. Earlier, if it was not for Duan Lingtian releasing all of his overloaded energy in time, he would have been blown apart by that energy. Zhang Ji is really unlucky. I can't use the energy that I've overloaded. At that time, I only had time to push my palm forward. Zhang Ji happened to be facing me. When Duan Lingtian recalled the earlier scene, a gloating expression appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. This uninvited guest was none other than Yang Chong, the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora Sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1937. Old friend, I'm sorry for what happened to Wu. Facing the travel-worn Yang Chong, before Yang Chong could greet him, Lian took the initiative to apologize with a guilty look on his face. Apex said. Yang Chong was a tall old man with an ordinary appearance. He had white hair and eyebrows, and he looked like an iron tower as he stood there. Yang Chong shook his head in response to Li An's apology. I can understand your difficulties. If I were you, I would have made the same choice as you. That's why I don't blame you for Wu's death. He had heard about the incident from the old servant by his son's side, so he could understand Li An's choice. If Li An had interfered at that time, the matter would have been blown up. This matter concerned the reputation of Zoroastrianism. The higher-ups of Zoroastrianism would have chosen to abandon Lian to preserve the reputation of Zoroastrianism. At that time, Lian would have been expelled from Zoroastrianism. Therefore, he could understand why Lian did not help him at that time. "Don't worry, I'll avenge Wu for him." Lian felt even more guilty when he saw Yang Chong's understanding. His gaze turned cold as he vowed solemnly, "Bring me to the person who killed my son." However, Yang Chong did not seem to care about Lian's solemn vow. He looked at Lian and said indifferently, "All right." Lian was not surprised when he heard that Yang Chong wanted to meet the Duan Lingtian. He immediately led the way. Along the way, Lian saw that Yang Chong was silent. He knew that although Yang Chong did not blame him verbally, he still blamed him in his heart. However, this was normal and he did not mind. "That Duan Lingtian killed one of my direct disciples 10 days ago. I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace if he's not dead," Lian suddenly said in a deep voice with killing intent in his eyes. The reason Lian brought up this matter was not only because he hated the Duan Lingtian, but also because he wanted to break the silence between him and Yang Chong. "You're going to accept a direct disciple?" Sure enough, upon hearing Lian's words, Yang Chong immediately looked over. At the same time, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. As far as he knew, Lian had very high standards. His 3 direct disciples were all martial Tao geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots. "Yes." Lian nodded. At the same time, he mentioned Gu Chun, Gu Long, Gu Chun's cousin, and the fact that Gu Long was killed by Duan Lingtian. In the end, the murderous glint in his eyes shot out in all directions, and the murderous intent on his body was so cold that when it spread out, it seemed to make the surrounding temperature drop a little. "I'm even more curious now. What kind of person dares to offend you, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder?" Needless to say, Lian's complaint had helped Yang Chong's state of mind become much more balanced. As it turned out, it was not only his son who was killed by that person, but his direct disciple who possessed a blue innate spiritual root whom Lian had been dreaming of. At this moment, when facing Lian, Yang Chong had the feeling of being in the same boat, and the last trace of dissatisfaction in his heart vanished without a trace. "Did you hear that? That newcomer Duan Lingtian is in the limelight again after killing Gu Long 10 days ago." When Lian and Yang Chong passed by the altar in the center of the Black Turtle Sanctum, they suddenly heard a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple shouting from below. Since Lian and Yang Chong were flying above the clouds, the people around the altar did not notice them. Otherwise, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around the altar would have taken the initiative to greet Lian, Duan Lingtian. When Lian and Yang Chong heard the name, Duan Lingtian, they looked at each other and stopped in unison. They pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples below. "Are you talking about how Duan Lingtian defeated senior brother Zhang Ji in a domineering manner in the Secundus house today?" "That's right. It seems like you've heard it as well." "How could I not have heard it? Currently, as long as the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples are not in closed-door cultivation or have not left the Black Turtle Sanctum, I'm sure most of them know about this, right? Get up. That Duan Lingtian is really strong. He can even defeat Zhang Ji." The conversation between the 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples entered Lian and Yang Chong's ears. "Secundus house?" Yang Chong's eyes widened immediately. Although he was not a member of Zoroastrianism, he had learned about the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples from Lian in the past since he was a good friend of Lian. Based on what he knew, the people who lived in the Secundus house were all Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were at the quintessential saint stage or above. "Lian, didn't you say earlier that the strength Duan Lingtian displayed 10 days ago was only comparable to an elite martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? It has only been 10 days, but he's already able to fight for the Secundus house in the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence?" Yang Chong asked with a frown on his face as he looked at Lian. After a while, before Lian could reply, he continued to ask, "I remember you told me before that the Secundus house in the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence is reserved for quintessential saint stage disciples. Their Zhang Ji is a quintessential saint stage disciple who lives in the Secundus house?" After Yang Chong finished speaking, Lian did not reply. Then, Yang Chong was shocked to see Lian's expression had changed drastically. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face as his eyes shone with disbelief. "What's wrong?" Yang Chong could not help but ask when he saw this. Zhang Ji is the direct disciple of one of the Silver Flame Elders in our Black Turtle Sanctum. He's one of the elite early quintessential saint stage disciples in our Black Turtle Sanctum. His cultivation base is so powerful that he's only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Lian said solemnly, "One of the elite early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Such a person actually lost to Duan Lingtian?" Yang Chong was shocked. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. "I heard that during the battle between senior brother Zhang Ji and Duan Lingtian, he even cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Mountain River Fist. However, even then he still lost." When Lian heard the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's words, his eyes widened again. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "How's this possible?" In the next instant, Lian could not help but exclaim. Even though he mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, he still lost to Duan Lingtian? Yang Chong's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. It seems like Duan Lingtian didn't even use his full strength when he fought with Gu Long 10 days ago. Then, Lian and Yang Chong learned more about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Zhang Ji. They did not miss any details at all. In the end, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian had actually mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities? Not only that, but the high-grade assist-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had mastered had even absorbed Zhang Ji's powerful attack at the most critical moment. Then, he had used Zhang Ji's strength and his own strength to heavily injure and defeat Zhang Ji in one fell swoop. What kind of assist-type divine ability is that? Lian and Yang Chong looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes again. Soon after, they learned from each other that they had never heard of such an assist-type divine ability before. What a domineering assist-type divine ability! Yang Chong said in a deep voice. It's domineering indeed. What did Duan Lingtian do to deserve God's favor? Not only did he comprehend 3 high-grade divine abilities, but this assist-type divine ability is obviously not an ordinary high-grade divine ability. In fact, it might even be a top-notch high-grade divine ability. Lian's eyes turned red as he spoke. A hint of jealousy could be seen on his face. In the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Inside the Secundus house, Duan Lingtian, who had recovered for a while, finally had the strength to stand up. After he stood up, he immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He planned to make use of the slow flow of time inside to recover his Sun Saint energy as soon as possible. The feeling of emptiness in his body caused him to feel insecure. After I've recovered, I'll go into closed-door cultivation to raise my cultivation base to the peak of the Divine Saint stage first. At the same time, Duan Lingtian set a goal and a plan for himself. As for the exemplary saint stage, Duan Lingtian did not dare to think about it for now. Currently, his cultivation base had only just broken through to the intermediate divine saint stage. Duan Lingtian did not know how long had passed. When the Sun Saint energy in his body had only recovered by 10%, a cold voice resonated from outside and woke him up. Lian. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this voice. It belonged to the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Lian, why is he here? Don't tell me he has something to do with Zhang Ji? Duan Lingtian frowned and left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the end. After he put the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away, he pushed the door open and walked out to the courtyard in front of the Secundus house. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out of the Secundus house, he could clearly feel many pairs of eyes on him. Among these pairs of eyes, there were 2 pairs of eyes that were the most piercing. These 2 pairs of eyes were filled with killing intent as though they were about to devour someone. Who's he? Duan Lingtian's eyes swept past Lian and landed on the tall old man next to him. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. He was not surprised that Lian wanted to kill him. However, he was certain this was his first time seeing this old man. Moreover, the old man was not wearing the Zoroastrianism's uniform, so he was most likely not a Zoroastrianism member. Duan Lingtian could not figure out how he had offended the old man to the point that the old man was filled with killing intent towards him. It was as though the old man could not wait to kill him. "You're Duan Lingtian?" At this moment, the tall old man spoke in a deep voice that was close to interrogating Duan Lincoln. "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian asked in response to the old man's question. "Kill yourself." Chapter 1938. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who came to watch the show when they heard Lian calling out to Duan Lingtian were stunned when they heard what the tall old man said to Duan Lingtian. They only regained their senses after a while. This old man actually asked Duan Lingtian to commit suicide? Who's he? At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were curious about the old man's identity. Commit suicide? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the tall old man's words. Then, he narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. When Duan Lingtian noticed the killing intent in the old man's eyes when he looked at him, combined with what the old man had said to him earlier and the fact that the old man was standing beside Lian. At this moment, no matter how slow Duan Lingtian's reaction was, he had already guessed the old man's identity. It was the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong. He was also the father of Yang Wu, whom he had killed in the past. Based on what he knew, Yang Chong and Lian were best friends. "Yang Chong, this is not the Northern Plethora sect, and I'm not a disciple of the Northern Plethora sect. You must be dreaming if you want me to commit suicide, don't you think?" Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and stopped at the same level as Yang Chong. He glanced at Yang Chong lazily and said nonchalantly, "Yang Chong." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it caused a commotion among the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. "So he's Yang Chong, the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. The powerhouse who's ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking. I've long heard that the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder Yang Chong is best friends with our Black Turtle Sanctum's elder Lian. However, this is my first time meeting the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. He seems to have some enmity with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has just arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but he has already offended Elder Lian. This matter is no longer a secret in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, not everyone knows the reason why Duan Lingtian offended Elder Lian in the first place. The first place? What is the reason? As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, he was challenged by Yang Wu, the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Then, Yang Wu even challenged him to a death duel. The result of the death match was Yang Wu's death. Elder Lian was also present at that time. So that's how it is. He killed the son of Elder Lian's good friend in front of him. It would be strange if Elder Lian wasn't angry. You can't say it like that. You know, the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu was purely Yang Wu's provocation, and the death match was also initiated by Yang Wu. Anyway, I don't think Duan Lingtian is wrong for killing Yang Wu. As they whispered among themselves, those Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who did not know how Duan Lingtian had offended Lian finally learned the reason why Duan Lingtian had offended Lian. For this reason, they were no longer surprised when they recalled what Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had said to Duan Lingtian earlier. They only felt that Yang Chong was too arrogant. Did he really think this was the Northern Plethora sect? Did he really think his identity as the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect was useful here? I'll give you one last chance. Kill yourself within the span of 10 breaths. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. Yang Chong said again and asked Duan Lingtian to kill himself. Moreover, he gave Duan Lingtian a time limit of 10 breaths. His words were extremely domineering. It was as though he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian did not kill himself within the span of 10 breaths. Upon hearing Yang Chong's words, an ominous feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. However, he quickly suppressed it and looked at Yang Chong with a mocking smile on his face. Yang Chong, is there something wrong with your ears? If there's something wrong with your ears, I'll say it again. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with disdain. This is not the Northern Plethora sect. Your identity as the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect is useless here. The span of 10 breaths? Even if I don't kill myself within the span of 100 breaths, what can you do? Don't tell me you can kill me? Don't forget that this is the Black Turtle's sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums under Zoroastrianism. It's not a place where you, Yang Chong, can act recklessly. Here, you, Yang Chong, don't have the right to order a Zoroastrianism disciple around. You don't even have the right to decide the life and death of a Zoroastrianism disciple. Duan Lingtian's words were loud and clear. He was not courteous at all. Since the other party had already come to ask him to kill himself, if he still continued to be courteous, he would be admitting defeat. Admitting defeat? That was not Duan Lingtian's style. Duan Lingtian's words also gained the approval of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt their blood boiling. If they were not afraid of Lian, who was standing next to Yang Chong, they would have cheered loudly for Duan Lingtian. Yang Chong did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so rude. His expression turned grave immediately. Lian, who was standing next to him, had a horrified expression as well. He shouted coldly, "Duan Lingnan, Elder Yang Chong is a guest of our Black Turtle Sanctum. As a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, how dare you be so presumptuous toward a distinguished guest of our Black Turtle Sanctum? Do you really think the rules of Zoroastrianism are fixed?" The moment Li An's words left his mouth, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had a strange expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but laugh out loud. Li An's expression turned grave as killing intent flashed in his eyes. If he was not worried about being punished by Zoroastrianism or being expelled from Zoroastrianism, he would have long attacked Duan Lingtian and killed Duan Lingtian. "What are you laughing at?" Lian shouted coldly again. His voice was so cold that it sounded as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. "What am I laughing at?" Upon hearing Li An's words, Duan Lingtian finally stopped laughing. He looked at Lian mockingly. "Elder Lian, what am I laughing at? Aren't you asking the obvious? What distinguished guest of our Black Turtle Sanctum? In my opinion, he's a distinguished guest of yours, Elder Lian." "Rules? Elder Lian, are you sure you want to talk about the rules with me?" "Although I don't really understand the rules of Zoroastrianism, I believe the rules of Zoroastrianism must be perfect since it has been passed down for so many years. There must be rules against people from our sect joining forces with outsiders to oppress our own people." When Duan Lingtian reached this part of his sentence, he looked at Lian meaningfully. This was equivalent to accusing Lian of joining forces with outsiders to oppress his own sect's disciples. "Who did you say joined forces with outsiders to oppress our own people?" Li An's face went grim. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to pin such a crime on him in public. Once this matter was spread out, it wouldn't be a good thing for him, Lian. Even in the Black Turtle Sanctum, there was still a sanctum leader who could suppress him, let alone the entire Zoroastrianism. "Duan Lingnan, do you know the crime of slandering another person, especially an elder of our sect?" Li An's eyes were cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian like a venomous snake that would attack at any time. "Slandering another person? Slandering an elder of our sect?" Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. "Elder Lian, you're saying I'm slandering another person? I wonder who I'm slandering? You said I'm slandering an elder of our sect. Where did this come from? There are so many senior brothers and senior sisters here, and any one of them is a witness. Who has ever heard of me slandering an elder of our sect?" When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene heard Duan Lingtian's shameless words, they could not help but laugh. Naturally, they did not dare to laugh out loud since they were afraid of Lian. In fact, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they felt proud and elated. It was obvious Lian had joined forces with an outsider to bully a disciple of his sect. Even if they were not Duan Lingtian, they still felt angry on behalf of Duan Lingtian. If Lian was bullying Duan Lingtian, it would be considered an internal conflict, and they would not think much of it. However, Lian had joined forces with Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, to bully Duan Lingtian. As Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who practiced Zoroastrianism like Duan Lingtian, it was only natural that they felt the same way. An outsider was still an outsider after all. You? When Lian heard Duan Lingtian's shameless words, he was so angry that he was rendered speechless. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not name him and say he had joined forces with an outsider to bully a disciple of his sect. If he continued to argue, it would seem as though he had a guilty conscience. As expected, you're quite capable. At the same time, Yang Chong spoke again. He looked at Duan Lingnan and said nonchalantly, Duan Ling, 10 breaths have passed. You've given up on killing yourself to appease my anger. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Regret? Duan Lingtian sneered. What's there for me to regret? Originally, there are some things that I can't say even if you possess a green innate spiritual root. This is because I'm afraid of Zoroastrianism. Faced with Duan Lingtian's sneer, Yang Chong was enraged no matter how good he was at suppressing his anger. However, you're merely a mediocre person who possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if I say it out loud, Zoroastrianism won't harm me because of you. Yes. As long as you, Duan Lingtian, continue to hide in Zoroastrianism, I, Yang Chong, won't be able to touch you. However, can you guarantee that your family and friends have a backer that I, Yang Chong, am afraid of? Yang Chong smiled sinisterly when he reached the end of his sentence. His words were a direct threat to Duan Lingtian. If I can't harm you, I'll harm your family and friends. I believe that with the Northern Plethora sect's intelligence network, my strength, and my methods, it won't be difficult for me to find out about you. Yang Chong said nonchalantly, unfortunately, you didn't kill yourself in the time I gave you. You've given up on the chance to protect your family and friends. I really feel sorry for them for having a family and friends like you. Duan Ling, even if you hide in Zoroastrianism forever, I'll let you experience the pain of losing all your family and friends. I, Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, am a man of my words. Chapter 1939. I, Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, am a man of my word. When Yang Chong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he sneered. Then he turned around and left. It was just as he had said. If Duan Lingtian was a disciple of Zoroastrianism with good innate talent, he would not dare to threaten Duan Lingtian with his friends and family. After all, the Zoroastrianism sect would be displeased if he did that. However, Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary disciple of Zoroastrianism who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if such a disciple of Zoroastrianism was threatened by an ordinary person, the Zoroastrianism sect would not stand up for him. Moreover, the person who threatened him was the fifth elder of the first-rate force, the Northern Plethora sect. Humph. After Yang Chong left, Lian glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he chased after Yang Chong. However, he did not say anything at this moment. He did not dare to say anything else. Even if he was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, he could not bear such a crime of colluding with outsiders to bully a disciple of his sect. Senior brother Duan Lingen, well done. After Lian left with Yang Chong, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people even gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Duan Lingtian's outburst earlier had made them feel proud. Naturally, some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not say anything. They merely looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. They noticed Duan Lingtian's expression had turned grave at this moment. At this moment, they realized Yang Chong's threat to Duan Lingtian had worked. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian is not alone. If he's alone, he won't be bothered by Yang Chong's threat to his friends and family. But now, Yang Chong's threat is indeed unsolvable. Even if senior Duan Lingtian is highly talented and highly regarded by Zoroastrianism, Yang Chong wouldn't dare to threaten senior Duan Lingtian openly with his friends and family, but he would definitely do it in secret. If senior brother Duan Lingtian has friends and family, Yang Chang's threat is indeed unsolvable. Ruthless. Too ruthless. As the saying goes, one should not implicate one's family. That Yang Chong is really too much. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of pity could be seen in their eyes. In their opinion, if the Duan Lingtian really had friends and family and Yang Chong was determined to mess with them, then for the Duan Lingtian, for the Duan Lingtian's friends and family, it was really a bit of a mystery. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air in the distance. His body did not move at all, but his expression changed again and again. At this moment, the words Yang Chong had said before he left were still echoing in his ears. As long as Duan Lingtian hides in Zoroastrianism, I, Yang Chong, won't be able to touch you. However, can you guarantee that your friends and family have a backer that I, Yang Chong, am afraid of? I believe with the Northern Plethora Sect's intelligence network, my strength, and my methods, it won't be difficult for me to investigate your background. Unfortunately, you didn't commit suicide within the time I gave you. You gave up the chance to protect your friends and family. I really feel sorry for them for having a friend like you. Duan Ling, even if you hide in Zoroastrianism forever, I'll let you experience the pain of losing your friends and family. He knew very well that Yang Chong was not joking. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he returned to his Secundus house and disappeared before the eyes of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. At this moment, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples finally dispersed. However, the topic of discussion still revolved around Duan Lingtian and Yang Chong's threat to Duan Lingtian. As the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora Sect, Yang Chong indeed had the ability to take revenge on Duan Lingtian's friends and family. There was no doubt about this. Serves him right. In the distance, at the entrance of another Secundus house, Zhang Ji leaned against the door as his body trembled. Although his entire body was still in pain, his heart was filled with joy when he saw Duan Lingtian being threatened by Yang Chong. Duan Lingtian had defeated him in public today, and it could be said that he had lost all face. After today's battle, he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely not let Duan Lingtian live in this world. He believed with his dark green innate spiritual root, it would be easy for him to surpass Duan Lingtian who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He could imagine the expression on Zhang Ji's face when he found out Duan Lingtian possessed the same dark green innate spiritual root as him. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian's expression was still as grave as ever. However, as time passed by, he gradually calmed down. Yang Chong, you're despicable. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of foul air. At the same time, a murderous aura surged out of his body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a few degrees. Duan Lingtian was truly enraged. He did not expect Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora Sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, would dare to threaten Duan Lingtian's family and friends in front of so many people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was filled with anger. However, he had nowhere to vent it. However, it won't be easy for Yang Chong to find out about me, Duan Lingtian. After all, I'm not from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he sighed in relief. Naturally, this was only temporary. Although he was not from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had heard of his name since he possessed the Devil Seal tablet. Moreover, many people even had a portrait of him. It's a good thing I'm not using my true appearance now. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had disguised himself, he felt that he had great foresight. Naturally, this did not mean that Yang Chong would not be able to find out about his whereabouts in the Debussy subterranean. It did not mean that Yang Chong would not be able to find out that he was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean. With Yang Chong's status, he would be able to find out about him sooner or later if he really wanted to. It was just a matter of time. One could imagine that once Yang Chong found out about his background, the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Debussy subterranean would definitely turn into a bloodbath. Not only that, but his father, his mother, his wife, and everyone he cared about would be killed as well. All of them would die without a burial place. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he shuddered in fear. His emotions that he had finally calmed down with great difficulty became agitated again. The most important thing now is to deal with the current hidden danger. I must deal with any hidden danger that might expose my background. After forcing himself to calm down again, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Hua Lao and asked in a hurried and anxious tone, "Hua Lao, do you have any secret tactic or something that can resist the soul-searching secret tactic?" The soul-searching secret tactic was what Duan Lingtian was most worried about at this moment. If he was not careful and allowed Yang Chong or Lian to find an opportunity to capture him and use the soul-searching secret tactic on him, his background would be exposed from his own mouth. This was something he did not want to see. However, it was impossible to guard against this. For this reason, he could only look for Hua Lao. It did not matter if Hua Lao had a method to resist the soul-searching secret tactic or not. He could only treat this as a last resort since he had no other choice. As Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao, his heart was filled with anxiety. Yes. Upon hearing Hua Lao's reply, Duan Lingtian's heart finally calmed down. At the same time, a wild joy could be seen on his face. Following that, Elder Hua's voice resonated again. However, in order for that secret tactic to have the effect it should have, a certain amount of spiritual energy must be constantly consumed to maintain its operation. After 3 days of stopping its operation, the effect that it gives to the soul to resist the soul-searching secret tactic will disappear. The secret tactic does not have a high requirement on the caster. It only requires spiritual energy at the Divine Saint stage or above to cast it. Constantly consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to maintain its operation? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, as long as it could save his friends and family from danger for a short period of time, it was not a problem at all. After it stops operating, the effect will only last for 3 days at most? It was more than enough. Even if Li En and Yang Chong wanted to use the soul-searching secret tactic on him, they would definitely end it quickly and would not drag it out for so long. After all, they did not dare to be discovered. This was especially true for Lian. If someone discovered that he had used the soul-searching secret tactic on his disciples for no reason, he would definitely be severely punished by the Zoroastrianism. He might even be expelled from the Zoroastrianism. Hua Lao, quickly teach me that secret tactic. Duan Lingtian said to Hua Lao impatiently. He desperately wanted to obtain that secret tactic. To him, it was a life-saving talisman for his friends and family in the lower province. As though he could sense Duan Lingtian's impatience, Hua Lao instantly transformed the secret tactic into a stream of information that entered Duan Lingtian's mind so that Duan Lingtian could master it himself. Just as Hua Lao had said, the secret tactic did not have a high requirement on the caster. It only required one's spiritual energy at the Divine Saint stage or above to cast it. For this reason, Duan Lingtian only spent 15 minutes to successfully cast it to protect his soul from the soul-searching secret tactic. The continuous consumption of my spiritual energy is still within an acceptable range. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he sensed that the consumption of his spiritual energy was not high and would not affect his daily life. Now, it's time for me to look for Senior Brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu. I must ask them to cast this secret tactic at all times. Otherwise, if Li En and Yang Chong used the soul-searching secret technique on them, my background would be exposed as well. Chapter 1940. However, even if Senior Brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu have mastered this secret technique and won't expose my background, it's only a temporary solution. With Yang Chong's status, as long as he uses the Northern Plethora Sect's intelligence network to investigate me, it'll only be a matter of time before he finds out about the lower province and the Azure Cloud Mansion. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his expression turned solemn immediately. I must become stronger before Yang Chong finds out about the lower province. At the very least, I must be strong enough to kill Yang Chong before that happens. Yang Chong is a Saint's celestial stage powerhouse who's ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base is definitely not just at the first form, second form, or third form of the Saint celestial stage. The Supreme Saint ranking was the supreme ranking that listed the top powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Until now, Duan Lingtian had been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for quite some time now. He had learned some things from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples that he did not know before. For example, from the 100th place to the 200th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, it was said that the weakest powerhouses were at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage while the strongest powerhouses were at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Until now, Duan Lingtian had met 4 powerhouses who were ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Among them, the person who was ranked at the top was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Lian was ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. The second person was the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder and Enforcement Elder, Guxiong. Guxiong was ranked at the 142nd place on the Supreme Saint ranking, similar to Lian. The person ranked at the bottom was Yang Chong, the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yang Chong was ranked at the 146th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Lastly, there was the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Teng Shan. Teng Shan was ranked at the 173rd place on the Supreme Saint ranking. From this, it could be seen that Lian, Guxiong, and Yang Chong's strength were similar. Teng Shan's strength was slightly weaker than the former 3. If I want to kill Yang Chong, I'll have to be at the Saint Celestial stage at least. My current cultivation base is only at the Divine Saint stage. It's still too far away from the Saint Celestial stage. It seems like I need to find an opportunity to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my own. As long as my innate spiritual root transforms into a violet innate spiritual root, coupled with the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it won't take long for me to break through to the Saint's Celestial stage. At this moment, there was only one thought in Duan Lingtian's mind. Become stronger. He had to possess the strength to kill Yang Chong before Yang Chong, the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora sect, found out about his background. Otherwise, his friends and family in the lower province would be in danger. If something were to happen to his father, his mother, his wife and children, or even his other friends and family, he would never be able to forgive himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian yearned to possess the strength to look down on the world. Let's find Palace Master Zhu first. After calming down, Duan Lingtian left the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and headed northeast to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. The Zoroastrianism encampment was divided into 2 areas. One was the Saint Land, and the other was the 4 Symbols Sanctums. And the former was surrounded by the latter. The Azure Dragon Sanctum was located to the west of the Saint Land, the White Tiger Sanctum was located to the east of the Saint Land, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum was located to the north of the Saint Land, and the Black Turtle Sanctum was located to the south of the Saint Land. As the saying goes, West Azure Dragon, Eastern White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird of the North, Southern Black Tortoise. It was referring to the 4 Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The reason Duan Lingtian went to look for Zhu Luqi first was because the White Tiger Sanctum where Zhu Luqi was at was the closest to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although it was very close to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum in the north, there was a rule in Zoroastrianism that stated those who were not Saint Land disciples were not allowed to enter the Saint Land. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could only take a detour if he wanted to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. This detour would lead him to either the Azure Dragon Sanctum or the White Tiger Sanctum. Since Duan Lingtian was going to look for Zhu Luqi, he, naturally, chose to take a detour through the White Tiger Sanctum. In the 4 Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism, the disciples of the other sanctums would occasionally interact with each other. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's appearance in the White Tiger Sanctum did not attract the attention of the disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum. After entering the White Tiger Sanctum, Duan Lingtian immediately went to the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum. Naturally, he could only go near the central altar. The disciples of the other 3 sanctums were not allowed to go near the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum. This was because there was a gigantic white tiger statue there. The statue contained the divine ability that only the disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum could comprehend. It was a high-grade offensive divine ability. If the disciples of the other 3 sanctums dared to go near it, they would be expelled from Zoroastrianism even if they did not extend their divine consciousness into the white tiger statue to comprehend the divine ability. If they managed to comprehend the divine ability, they would be executed by Zoroastrianism. It said that the central altar of each of the 4 symbol sanctums is surrounded by a formation that isolates divine consciousness. It's to isolate the divine consciousness of non-White Tiger Sanctum's disciples from comprehending the divine abilities of the White Tiger Sanctum. As Duan Lingtun muttered to himself, he extended his divine consciousness. When he approached the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum, he was blocked and could not advance any further. As expected, there's a formation here. Unless I enter the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum, my divine consciousness won't be able to penetrate it, let alone comprehend the divine ability of the White Tiger Sanctum recorded in the White Tiger statue. After verifying it, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness in time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple walking out of the central altar toward him. He immediately stepped forward to block the other party's path and asked politely, "Senior brother, where do the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples live? I have a friend who's also a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, and I'm looking for him." This White Tiger Sanctum's disciple was wearing a white robe that was similar to the robe Duan Lingtian was wearing. There were also faint gray flames embroidered on it. The only difference between the robe and the robe he was wearing was the pattern of a majestic giant tiger, while the robe he was wearing had a pattern of a giant tortoise. It was the difference between the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples' robe and the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' robe. The White Tiger Sanctum's disciples live in the southern area of the White Tiger Sanctum's estate. Since you're a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, you must have come from the Black Turtle Sanctum. You must have passed by there earlier. The White Tiger Sanctum's disciple pointed behind Duan Lingtian and said to Duan Lingtian, "It just so happens that I'm going to my residence. You can come with me." "Thank you, senior brother." Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him. "How should I address you, junior brother?" The White Tiger Sanctum's disciple broke the silence as he asked. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. At the same time, he asked politely, "How should I address you, senior brother?" "My name is Lu Mu." As soon as Lu Mu, the White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, finished speaking, he seemed to have recalled something. After exclaiming in surprise, he muttered to himself, "Duan Ling, where have I heard this name before?" "Duan Lingen, Black Turtle Sanctum." Lu Mu suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and said in shock, "You're that troublesome Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum?" "Troublesome?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then he asked, "Senior brother Lu Mu, did you get the wrong person? How many Duan Lingtian are there in the Black Turtle Sanctum?" Lu Mu asked again. "I've just arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum not long ago, so I don't know many people in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Therefore, I don't know if there's anyone with the same name as me." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "You've just arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum not long ago? From what I know, that troublesome Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum has also just arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum not long ago. He's from the latest batch of people who passed the selection and entered the Black Turtle Sanctum." Lu Mu's eyes gleamed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "The latest batch?" Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. "Senior brother Lu Mu, if that Duan Lingtian you're talking about is from the latest batch of people who passed the selection and entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, I think I must be the troublesome person you're talking about, senior brother Lu Mu." "You're really the troublesome person?" Lu Mu asked in shock. "From what I know, you've offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elderly, and as soon as you arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum. 10 days ago, you even killed a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root who was about to become Li An's direct disciple. From what I know, You're only at the early exemplary saint stage when you killed that martial genius whose cultivation base was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. As Lu Mu spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian shook his head humbly. At the same time, he was slightly surprised. He did not expect news of his deeds had already spread to the White Tiger Sanctum. You don't have to be humble. Lu Mu shook his head and continued to say, although your strength is shocking, it's not your strength that I admire the most. It's the fact that you've offended elderly and as soon as you arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Put aside the fact that my cultivation base is only at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, even if my cultivation base has broken through to the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage or even the Saint Celestial stage, I still wouldn't dare to offend elderly and from the Black Turtle Sanctum. It's even more impossible for me to kill his prospective direct disciple. For this reason, put everything else aside, I, Lu Mu, admire you for this. When Lu Mu reached the end of his sentence, he gave Duan Lingtian a big thumbs up. Upon hearing Lu Mu's words and seeing his actions, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. He was also shocked by Lu Mu's cultivation base. He did not expect to encounter a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple who was at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage when he was just asking for directions. Senior brother Lu Mu, as far as I know, for Symbol's Sanctum's disciples who are at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage can participate in the Saint Land's assessment to become a Saint Land disciple. Chapter 1941. There were 3 ways for a Zoroastrianism 4 Symbol's Sanctum's disciple to enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and become a Saint Land disciple. The first way was to have outstanding innate talent and be recommended by one of the sanctum leaders of the 4 Symbol's Sanctums. The second way was to successfully comprehend and master the divine ability of the sanctum that one belonged to. That way, one would be able to enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The third way was to participate in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism's assessment. Usually, only 4 Symbol's Sanctum's disciples who were at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above would have a chance to pass the assessment and become a Saint Land disciple. Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, most of the Zoroastrianism 4 Symbol's Sanctum's disciples who were at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above would be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment and become a Saint Land disciple. Those who failed to pass the Saint Land's assessment, they had either just broken through to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage and had a weak foundation or made a mistake during the assessment. I've also just broken through recently. I'll definitely register for the Saint Land's assessment next time. Entering the Saint Land has always been my dream. Lu Mu said with a yearning expression on his face. Along the way, Lu Mu and Duan Lingtian chatted and laughed. He did not look down on Duan Lingtian just because he was a Mastery Quintessential Saint stage powerhouse. This made Duan Lingtian have a good impression of him. At the very least, senior brother Lu Mu was not a snob. Since Lu Mu's name had spread in the White Tiger Sanctum, the people in the White Tiger Sanctum must have heard about his background as well. They knew Lu Mu only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root and was destined to not have any great achievements in the future. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. However, even under such circumstances, this senior brother Lu Mu still did not look at him in a biased light. In Lu Mu's opinion, this was rare. The residence of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples is just ahead. Lu Mu's voice resonated in the air, waking Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Lu Mu. Duan Lingtian focused his gaze and looked forward. Immediately, a large canyon appeared in front of him. The Grand Canyon occupied a vast area, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The mountain peaks were filled with lush trees that grew horizontally, intersecting with each other, blocking out the clouds and the sun. No wonder I didn't notice this place when I passed by earlier. It turns out that it was all blocked by the branches and leaves of the big trees on the mountain peak. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It's indeed easy to overlook the residence of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Lu Mu nodded. Shortly after, Duan Lingtian and Lu Mu entered the vast canyon side by side. Senior brother Lu Mu. Senior brother Lu Mu. Along the way, they saw many White Tiger Sanctum's disciples walking in and out. Most of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples would greet Lu Mu warmly when they saw her. Lu Mu smiled back at them without putting on airs. When they arrived at the valley, Duan Lingtian could see the residences of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. It's exactly the same as the residences of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Duan Lingtian discovered the residences of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples seemed to be replicas of the residences of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Senior brother Lu Mu, are the residences of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples also divided into the Primus house, the second house, the third house, and the fourth house? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Junior brother Lingtian, it's not just the residences of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Lu Mu pointed at one of the Primus houses as he spoke. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Lu Mu, but there's no need for that. I'll be leaving after I talk to my friend for a while. I have other things to do. Duan Lingtian declined Lu Mu's kindness. He really did not want to trouble Lu Mu. As the saying went, a debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. If possible, he really did not want to owe too many favors. Alright, both of you have a good chat. Lu Mu did not insist when he heard Duan Lingtian's refusal. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi, he flew back to his mansion. Duan Lingtian? How did you get to know him? After Lu Mu left, Zhu Luqi said in surprise, he's one of the few mastery quintessential saint stage disciples in the White Tiger Sanctum. He's one of the elites among the disciples in the White Tiger Sanctum. I came to look for you to ask for directions. Duan Lingtian replied. You know him to ask for directions? Zhu Luqi was, naturally, rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's reply. He became friends with an outstanding disciple in the White Tiger Sanctum just because he asked for directions? He really did not know what to say. Is there a reason you're looking for me? Zhu Luqi returned to the main topic after he regained his senses. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. At the same time, Zhu Luqi felt an invisible pressure from Duan Lingtian's solemn expression. Then, Duan Lingtian told him about Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, who had come to look for him and threatened him. The reason I'm here is to teach you a secret tactic. As long as you master this secret tactic, you won't have to worry about Yang Chong and Lian using the soul-searching secret tactic on you. In that case, they won't be able to find out anything about me in such a short time. Duan Lingtian added after he told Zhu Luqi about this. Yang Chong? The powerhouse who's ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Zhu Luqi gasped when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. At the same time, he also received the message from Duan Lingtian through his divine consciousness. It was about the secret tactic that could resist the soul-searching secret tactic. With this secret tactic, whether it's Yang Chong or Lian, they won't be able to find out anything about you in such a short time. As long as we don't leave the Zoroastrianism, they won't be able to do anything to us. Zhu Luqi said. However, Yang Chong is the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'm afraid the Northern Plethora sect's intelligence network will be able to find out about you sooner or later. Zhu Luqi said again. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. I know. I'll definitely grow stronger before he finds out about me. I'll kill him and get rid of this hidden danger. Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes gleamed coldly as killing intent surged out of his body. I heard you only have a yellow innate spiritual root? Zhu Luqi asked with a wry smile on his face. He had also heard that Duan Lingtian only had a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. No matter how inefficient the Northern Plethora sect's intelligence network was, they would definitely be able to find out about Duan Lingtian in 10 years. It would be extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian, who only had a yellow innate spiritual root, to grow strong enough to kill Yang Chong in less than 10 years. As someone who was ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Yang Chong was, naturally, not easy to deal with. Palace Master Zhu, all you have to do is to master the secret tactic I've taught you and keep it circulating at all times. As for the rest, leave it to me. Duan Lingtian did not explain himself in the face of Zhu Luqi's doubt. He confidently said before he bade farewell to Zhu Luqi, "Now, it's time for me to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to look for senior brother Gu Li. Palace Master Zhu, be careful." The moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he left in a flash as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. You be careful as well. Chapter 1942. Zhu Luqi had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a genius martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage 10 days ago. However, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to kill Yang Chong before Yang Chong found out about his background. He had only learned that everyone had an innate spiritual root after coming to the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. The innate spiritual root represented one's innate talent. The higher one's innate talent, the higher grade one's innate spiritual root would be. Zhu Luqi, on the other hand, only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, he knew his future was bleak. Initially, he thought with Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he would at least possess a green innate spiritual root or blue innate spiritual root. However, things were always unexpected. When he received news from the Black Turtle Sanctum, he learned that Duan Lingtian also possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It would be difficult for someone with a yellow innate spiritual root to break through to the quintessential saint stage, let alone the saint's celestial stage. Yang Chong, on the other hand, was ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was at least at the third form of the saint celestial stage or even the fourth form of the saint celestial stage. How could Duan Lingtian, an ordinary martial cultivator with a yellow innate spiritual root, catch up to Yang Chong? I wonder how senior brother Gu Li is doing now. After parting ways with Zhu Luqi, Duan Lingtian headed north. He bypassed the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum and headed north to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. When he arrived at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, he asked for directions and went straight to the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. It's just as senior brother Lu Mu said. The residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples is the same as the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum and the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked at the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples from afar. The residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples was also divided into 4 levels. This senior brother, "Hello, may I ask if you know Gu Li?" Duan Lingtian stopped a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who was about to leave and asked politely, "Gu Li? I don't know him." The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple glanced at Duan Lingtian and left without looking back. It seems that I won't be able to meet someone as good as senior brother Lu Mu everywhere. When Duan Lingtian saw the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple leaving, he shook his head and withdrew his gaze. "Excuse me, do you know Gu Li? Senior sister, do you know Gu Li?" Duan Lingtian stopped the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples as they entered and exited the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' residences. He had thought about calling out Gu Li's name and calling out Gu Li's name. However, this was the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples after all. If he shouted out loud, he would offend many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. He could just leave, but Gu Li would have to clean up after him. If he did that, Gu Li's situation in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum would not be good. Duan Lingtian did not notice that 3 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were gathered in front of the door of a ding house. They were chatting happily. All of a sudden, one of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples raised his head. Duan Lingtian's figure entered his sight. He felt familiar. This person seems familiar. He's a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Look, is he from the same batch of people as us who entered the 4 symbol sanctums? When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple reached the end of his sentence, he called out to the other 2 people. The other 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples immediately raised their heads and looked at Duan Lingtian. Isn't this Duan Lingtian? One of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples narrowed his eyes. I remember him. He's the one who killed Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder. Because of that, he offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian Duan Lingnan. After the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, his eyes gleamed as he flew away. Where did he go? He must have gone to look for Yuan Kuang. Yuan Kuang? Almost forgot. Yuan Kuang's brother has always wanted Duan Lingtian to join our Vermilion Bird Sanctum. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's companion, Gu Li, suffered a lot. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was far away, did not hear the two Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispering to each other. However, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who had left soared into the air and arrived at the door of a Tertius house. He knocked on the door and opened it. What's the matter? When the door opened, a young man walked out and looked at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who was knocking on the door. He frowned and asked impatiently, "Senior brother Yuan Kuang, it's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is here." When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple saw the young man who was also wearing the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple uniform, he pointed at Duan Lingtian in the distance and said excitedly, "Duan Lingtian?" When Yuan Kuang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. He followed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple's gaze and looked over. With just a glance, he recognized the person. It's really him. Why did he come to our Vermilion Bird Sanctum? Could it be that Gu Li, that stubborn person, finally came to his senses and brought him here? It doesn't seem like it. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple at the side shook his head. Senior brother Yuan Kuang, it's not like you don't know how stubborn Gu Li is. I think even if we kill him, he might not bring Duan Lingtian here. Based on my guess, this Duan Lingtian has most likely delivered himself to us. He seems to be stopping people to ask about something. It seems like he really came here to look for Gu Li. Moreover, it seems like he doesn't know which Tertius house Gu Li is staying in. As Yuan Kuang muttered to himself, his eyes gleamed coldly. Then, he soared into the air and arrived at the level where the hundreds of Tertius houses were located. Soon after, he landed in front of one of the Tertius houses. Bang, bang, bang. Just soon as Yuan Kuang raised his hand, he knocked on the door rapidly as though he was not worried the person inside would blame him. After a while, the door opened, revealing a gloomy expression. However, when the person inside saw Yuan Hong standing at the door, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with a doting expression. Xiao Kuang, is there anything you need from me? The person standing behind the door was also a young man. His features were similar to Yuan Hong's. Brother, Duan Lingtian is here. As Yuan Kuang spoke, he gestured at Duan Lingtian who was standing in the distance. The young man was Yuan Kuang's biological brother, Yuan Hong. When he heard Yuan Kuang's words, his eyes lit up immediately. He immediately followed Yuan Kuang's gaze and looked over. Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Xiao Kuang, are you sure he's Duan Lingtian? Brother, don't forget that I was there when he had a death duel with Yang Wu. I'm sure he's Duan Lingtian, Yuan Kuang said confidently. However, I don't think he's here because of that stubborn guy, Gu Li. He's asking around. I'm sure he's asking about Gu Li. I don't think he knows which house Gu Li is staying in. Yuan Kuang added. He actually took the initiative to come here? Good. Very good. Yuan Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. A cruel expression could be seen on his face. Brother, according to the news from the Black Turtle Sanctum, this Duan Lingtian seems to have mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. He's only at the early exemplary saint stage, but his strength is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Moreover, he killed another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage 10 days ago. Yuan Kuang said, it said that the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple is a martial genius who possesses a blue innate spiritual root. He's Elder Lian's direct disciple. If he's still alive, he'll be your junior uncle. It's a good thing that Master doesn't know about this. Otherwise, he'd definitely be furious. Yuan Hong looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance with a grave expression. His eyes gleamed coldly. It's not easy for Grandmaster to find a suitable direct disciple, but he's killed by this Duan Lingtian. It's obvious this Duan Lingtian wants to fight to the death with Grandmaster. Today, I'll properly vent the anger of the Grand Ancestor and properly torture Duan Lingtian. When Yuan Hong reached the end of his sentence, his tone was extremely cold. "Brother, his strength is not simple." Yuan Kuang reminded him. "So what if he's not simple? He's at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. However, I've already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage a year ago. That little bit of strength of his is nothing in front of me, your brother." Yuan Hong said disdainfully while revealing a look of disdain. Yuan Hong was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. His cultivation base was at the early quintessential saint stage. Apart from that, he had another identity. He was the direct disciple of the first direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. In terms of seniority, Lian was his grandmaster. Although Li An's first direct disciple possessed a blue innate spiritual root, due to his young age he was only a bronze flame elder in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. With his innate talent of possessing a blue innate spiritual root, he would definitely become a silver flame elder in the future. It was not impossible for him to become a golden flame elder. Yuan Hong was very clear about his master's future prospects. He knew how lucky he was to be able to become his master's disciple since he possessed a green innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, he had always wanted to perform well in front of his master so his master would value him more. Coincidentally, his younger brother, Yuan Kuang, had also come to the saint land of Zoroastrianism. He had used his master's name to ask one of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders to allow Yuan Kuang to join the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Because of this, he had learned from Yuan Kuang that a new disciple called Duan Lingtian had offended his grandmaster. At this time, he knew it was time for him to perform. Chapter 1943. At that time, Yuan Hong even wanted to go to the Black Turtle Sanctum to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson to avenge his grandmaster. However, he dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. He was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. If he went to the Black Turtle Sanctum to teach a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple a lesson, the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples would be displeased. At that time, as long as a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was stronger than him stepped forward, he would be the one to be taught a lesson. Even if his grandmaster was Lian, not all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples would give him face. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, there were a few other martial geniuses who possessed blue innate spiritual roots. They were the direct disciples of the Silver Flame Elders in the Saint Land. All of them were arrogant and did not respect his grandmaster at all. For this reason, Yuan Hong no longer thought of going to the Black Turtle Sanctum to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. "Brother," one of Duan Lingtian's companions came to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum at the same time as me. When he heard Yuan Kuang's words, he seemed to have seen a ray of hope in the darkness. It was also from that time onwards that Kuli's tragic life began. The two brothers, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang, would look for Gu Li every few days to teach him a lesson. They did not kill or cripple Gu Li. Instead, they tortured him step by step. They slowly destroyed Gu Li's will. They only had one goal in mind. They wanted Gu Li to trick Duan Lingtian into coming to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. In Yuan Hong's opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian came to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, they could do whatever they wanted to him. Unfortunately, no matter how badly they tortured Gu Li still gritted his teeth and endured it. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any intention of betraying Duan Lingtian. This made Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang very gloomy. When they saw Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to look for them, they were extremely excited. They were like two wild dogs that had seen a delicious bone. They could not wait to pounce on it and bite it. "That's the room, right?" "Thank you, senior brother." After Duan Lingtian asked several dozens of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, he finally found out which house Gu Li was staying in. He seems to have found out which house Gu Li is staying in. "You go and lure Gu Li out. I'll go and meet this Duan Lingtian." Just as Duan Lingtian was about to descend to the tea house, Yuan Hong noticed his movement and immediately said to Yuan Kuang, "Brother Lingtian, you're going to be in the tea house." Suddenly, Yuan Kuang's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the T-shaped house where Gu Li lived. Yuan Kuang's actions naturally attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. He who was about to descend to the ground could not help but pause for a moment. It was this momentary daze that allowed him to react in time and suffer a sneak attack from Yuan Hong. Bang! When Duan Lingtian noticed Yuan Hong's sneak attack, it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only mobilize his Sun Saint energy to cover the surface of his body through his 99 Saint veins and forcefully receive Yuan Hong's palm attack before he was sent flying backward. Since Yuan Hong did not use his full strength and Duan Lingtian had covered his body with his Sun Saint energy in time, he only suffered some minor injuries. However, even though it was only a minor injury, Duan Lingtian's internal organs were shaken, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. Why did you sneak an attack on me? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared coldly at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who was standing nearby. It was this Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who had sneaked an attack on him and injured him. He asked himself if he had ever seen this person before today. Since he had never seen this person before, it was only natural that he did not offend this person. However, why did this person sneak an attack on him? This was something that Duan Lingtian could not figure out. It's senior brother Yuan Hong. Why did senior brother Yuan Hong attack this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Could it be that this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple has offended senior brother Yuan Hong? When Yuan Hong sneaked an attack on Duan Lingtian, it had attracted the attention of many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Soon after, more and more Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples walked out of their residences to join in the fun. Yuan Hong? When Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, the frown on his face deepened. Not only had he never seen this person before, but he had never even heard of this person's name. Junior brother Lingtian. All of a sudden, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. A surprised expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Senior brother Guli? However, when he turned to look at the source of the voice, his expression turned grave immediately. Not far away, he saw the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who had charged toward Gu Li's residence earlier. He was carrying Gu Li with one hand as though he was carrying some kind of cargo. Gu Li's cheeks were red and swollen. His face was stained with blood. With just a glance, it was obvious he had just been beaten up. Leave now. Yuan Hong wants to deal with you. He's Li An's grand disciple. He's an early quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator. Gu Li's face was red and swollen as he roared at Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to leave. If he did not hear Duan Lingtian's voice and was afraid Duan Lingtian would be at a disadvantage, he would not have been tricked by Yuan Kuang to come out. After being beaten up so many times in the past, he knew how to protect himself. Li An's grand disciple? At this moment, all the doubts in Duan Lingtian's heart disappeared. Since Yuan Hong was Li An's grand disciple, everything made sense now. Slap. At this moment, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. It was Yuan Kuang who was carrying Gu Li with one hand. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Li. Then he scolded coldly, "Trash? Did I ask you to talk too much? You're seeking death." Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He instantly mobilized his Sun Saint energy and cast the Golden Crow's wings. In just a flash, he charged toward Gu Li and Yuan Kuang. Its speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. "I think you're the one who's seeking death." At the same time, Yuan Hong made his move as well. He charged toward Duan Lingtian. Yuan Hong's speed and strength that belonged to an early quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator were completely unleashed at this moment. Moreover, he managed to block Duan Lingtian in time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Due to this reason, his speed was not as fast as Yuan Hong, who was an early quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator. "Duan Lingen, if you want to save Gu Li, you'll have to get past my brother first." Upon seeing this, Yuan Kuang laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with disdain. Slap, slap, slap. Then he slapped Gu Li a few more times in front of Duan Lingtian, causing Gu Li's face to swell. Gu Li's eyes were wide open as he tried to resist with all his might. However, he was not only a divine saint stage martial cultivator. His saint energy had just been brewing in his body, but before he could release it, it was destroyed by Yuan Kuang's saint energy. Yuan Kuang was an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. His strength completely suppressed Gu Li. At this moment, Gu Li was so angry that he almost crushed his teeth from clenching them. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak. Not only was he unable to help Duan Lingtian, but he was also a burden to Duan Lingtian. This time, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. However, he looked at Yuan Kuang as though he was looking at a dead man. All of you forced me to do this. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian's throat moved. When he spoke again, his voice was extremely hoarse. His hoarse voice was so cold that it sent chills down the spines of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. At the same time, terrifying killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body as though it was endless. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum? He's wearing the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. It must be him. I heard that Duan Lingtian killed a martial Dao genius at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Black Turtle Sanctum 10 days ago. Since his opponent made the first move, he's not guilty. It's said that although his strength has yet to reach the quintessential saint stage, he can be considered as one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. After confirming that the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple before them was indeed Duan Lingtian, a commotion broke out immediately. All of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. It was as though they were hunters who had spotted their prey. Currently, not only was Duan Lingtian a celebrity in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but he was also a celebrity in the entire Four Symbols Sanctums. For this reason, when they found out the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple before them was Duan Lingtian, they were all extremely excited. Not only were the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples looking at him with interest, but some of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who did not come out earlier also came out of their residences and joined in the crowd to watch Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had some sort of charm that attracted them. I've long heard that Elder Li and his senior brother Yuan Hong's grandmaster. Judging from senior brother Yuan Hong's actions, it seems like he's going to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson for his grandmaster. Senior brother Yuan Hong is an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Although Duan Lingtian is quite strong, he can only be considered as one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble today. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene felt Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. The news of Duan Lingtian defeating the Black Turtle Sanctum's early quintessential saint stage disciple, Zhang Ji, had not spread to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Otherwise, they would not have thought so. In terms of strength, Zhang Ji was already half a step away from entering the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Moreover, he had even mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. He was not someone Yuan Hong who had just broken through to the early quintessential saint stage could compare to. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were not the only ones who were unaware that Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhang Ji. Even Yuan Hong was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have dared to offend Duan Lingtian no matter how bold he was. We forced you to do this? Due to his ignorance, Yuan Hong had a disdainful and mocking smile on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. So what if we forced you to do this? Don't tell me you're going to rebel against us? Today, not only are we going to torture Gu Li, but we're going to torture you as well. You can only blame yourself for being blind and offending my Grand Master. The moment Yuan Hong's words left his mouth, he made his move again and charged toward Duan Lingtian. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 1944. Boom. After a few moments, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged into his body. In just a blink of an eye, the Sun Saint energy had become so strong that it was comparable to the Saint energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. This morning, Duan Lingtian had used this Sun Saint energy to fight with Zhang Ji, an early quintessential Saint stage disciple from the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Zhang Ji did not master a high-grade offensive divine ability, with his strength, he was confident he could defeat Zhang Ji. He would not have ended up in such a wretched state after defeating Zhang Ji. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian had entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to recuperate. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his spiritual energy and Sun Saint energy to recover to this extent. Although he had not fully recovered, it was more than enough to deal with Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong was only an ordinary early quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator. If Zhang Ji wanted to kill him, it would not take more than 10 moves. Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to Zhang Ji. Naturally, he would not need more than 10 moves to kill Yuan Hong. Good. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he faced Yuan Hong, who was charging at him menacingly. The golden crow's wings on his back flapped, causing his speed to rise to its peak. He was even faster than Yuan Hong. What a fast speed! The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's speed. As bystanders, they saw Duan Lingtian and Yuan Hong charging at each other. However, they saw Duan Lingtian's speed was slightly faster than Yuan Hong's. This scene naturally shocked them as well. According to the news they had obtained, the fastest speed Duan Lingtian displayed when he killed Gu Long, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, was only comparable to an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian's current speed is comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Many of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were at the quintessential saint stage, so it was easy for them to see this. Duan Lingtian's speed is comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator? The other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples narrowed their eyes when they heard this. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. It's only been 10 days. His speed actually increased so much? Heavens! Who can tell me what is going on? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength 10 days ago? It's possible. According to the news from the Black Turtle Sanctum, although Duan Lingtian's strength was almost at the early quintessential saint stage, he was still far from being able to threaten a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Therefore, when he fought with that Gu Long 10 days ago, it's very likely that he really did hide his strength. Actually, other than hiding his strength, there's another possibility. He must have made a breakthrough in the past 10 days and has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. While they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They kept talking about how Duan Lingtian had killed Gu Long, the martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, in the Black Turtle Sanctum 10 days ago. That battle had shown Duan Lingtian's strength to everyone. However, Duan Lingtian's strength from 10 days ago was nothing compared to the strength he had displayed now. They were not on the same level at all. How's this possible? At the same time, Yuan Kuang, who was holding Gu Li in one hand, had a horrified expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster than his brother's. Junior brother Lingtian. Good job. Gu Li also noticed this and laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with joy and joy. What are you laughing at? Upon hearing Gu Li's laughter, horror dawned on Yuan Kuang's face. He slapped Gu Li again, causing half of Gu Li's face to swell up even more. Hit me then. You won't be so smug for long. Unless you kill me, don't think you'll have an easy time. Gu Li, who was slapped again, threw up a mouthful of blood. He had a wicked smile on his face as he snarled. At this moment, all the gloominess in his heart was gone. All he felt was elation. Yuan Kuang was so angry that he slapped Gu Li a few more times. Although he was furious, he did not dare to really cripple or kill Gu Li. Let alone Yuan Kuang, even his brother, Yuan Hong, did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian even though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his grand ancestor. This was because he was afraid of the Zoroastrianism's rule. Yuan Hong merely possessed a green innate spiritual root. If he violated the Zoroastrianism's rule of killing a fellow disciple, he would definitely be killed. At that time, even his master would not be able to save him. Although his master possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his master was his master, and he was his master. The two of them could not be confused. Unless his master possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, perhaps he would be able to plead on his master's behalf. How's his speed so fast? When the onlookers discovered Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster than Yuan Hong had also discovered this. Horror dawned on him immediately. Don't tell me he has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage? This thought appeared in Yuan Hong's mind at this moment. When Duan Lingtian killed Gu Long, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, 10 days ago, his cultivation base was only at the early exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed, he was certain Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage in these 10 days. It seems like he has indeed broken through. The strength and aura in his body is comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. This must be the benefit of the assist-type divine ability he mastered that's suspected to be a high-grade divine ability. At this moment, Yuan Hong thought of many things. An expression of jealousy appeared on his face when he thought of this. In Yuan Hong's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. A mere exemplary saint stage martial cultivator had already mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Yuan Hong, who had yet to master a single high-grade divine ability up until now. For this reason, Yuan Hong was extremely jealous of Duan Lingtian. He even hated Duan Lingtian to the core. Although Duan Lingtian's speed was extremely fast, Yuan Hong was not discouraged at all. The reason he's so fast is because of that high-grade movement divine ability. If it's not for that high-grade movement divine ability, his speed would be far inferior to mine. Unless he's mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability as well. Otherwise, even if his strength is temporarily boosted by his assist-type divine ability and is comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it's still impossible for him to be a match for me. The moment Yuan Hong thought of this, he was filled with confidence. His speed might be faster than mine now, but it's still boosted by his assist-type divine ability. He'll only be able to last for a while before his strength returns to its original state. At the same time, his speed will return to its original state as well. Yuan Hong's eyes gleamed coldly as he charged toward Duan Lingtian without slowing down at all. He did not even stop for a moment. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yuan Hong swung his fist out as fast as he could. It seemed like a simple punch, but it contained an extraordinary aura. It contained the profundity of a martial tactic. When the punch was swung out, it carried the force of wind and thunder. It was as though it was earth-shattering as a vast energy swept toward Duan Lingtian. Looking at the power of this punch, even if it was a towering mountain, it would most likely be blown apart by it. Faced with Yuan Hong's earth-shattering punch, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even colder. With a raise of his hand, the 100 inscriptions saint sword that he had obtained from Zhao Wu previously appeared in his hand. He swung the sword that contained the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. The profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword gave Duan Lingtian's sword a force that was not inferior to an ordinary heaven-rank saint-grade martial tactics force. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian's 100 inscriptions saint sword collided with Yuan Hong's fist. To be more precise, the vast energy surging from both of them collided with each other. In this collision, Duan Lingtian had used his 100 inscriptions saint weapon while Yuan Hong did not use his saint weapon. In other words, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand. Boom! Along with a loud explosion, a vast and rolling energy swept out from the point where the sword and fist collided. A gust of violent wind swept out, causing the robes of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples to flutter loudly. Many of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples with a weaker cultivation base could not help but squint their eyes when they were blown by the violent wind. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the others, Yuan Hong stood there motionlessly, allowing the violent wind to wreak havoc on him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was sent flying. His face had turned pale in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, an uproar broke out in the crowd again. Initially, I thought Duan Lingtian's speed and strength are faster than senior brother Yuan Hong. I didn't expect him to be at a disadvantage even though he's using his 100 inscriptions saint sword while senior brother Yuan Hong is empty-handed in this head-on collision. Yuan Hong is an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse after all. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian's speed is faster than Yuan Hong, that's because he has cast his high-grade movement divine ability. Based on the aura he's emitting, it's only comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. His strength is boosted by the assist-type divine ability that he cast. Once the effect of the assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll definitely revert to his original state. Once he reverts to his original state, he won't be able to defeat Yuan Hong anymore. Unless he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, it's impossible for him to be a match for senior brother Yuan Hong. When the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples saw Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage, they began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their words, most of them were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. Perhaps he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, but he hasn't cast it yet? There was one as well. Chapter 1945. Impossible. When a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple heard someone saying that Duan Lingtian might have mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, he immediately refuted. Duan Lingtian's movement divine ability is definitely a high-grade divine ability. His assist-type divine ability that can raise his strength to such a level is most likely a high-grade divine ability as well. He's already considered lucky to have mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. It's very rare, but all of you are saying he might have mastered a 3rd high-grade divine ability? All of you must be thinking too much. Do you really think high-grade divine abilities are like cabbages in the market that you can get as many as you want? When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple reached the end of his sentence, his tone became a little heated. As soon as the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple finished speaking, many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples agreed with him. That's right. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to have mastered a 3rd high-grade divine ability. It's not easy to master a high-grade divine ability. Let's not talk about the others, just look at senior brother Yuan Hong. His cultivation base has already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage, but he still hasn't mastered a single high-grade divine ability. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to lose. If he loses, he'll be in big trouble. Perhaps senior brother Yuan Hong won't cripple or kill him because of the sex rules. However, he'll definitely torture him until he'll wish he was dead. It seems like senior brother Yuan Hong intends to avenge his grandmaster and gain his master's favor. Poor Duan Lingtian. He's going to become Yuan Hong's tool to gain his master's favor. Based on the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' words, it was obvious they felt Duan Lingtian was going to be defeated by Yuan Hong. Moreover, he would be humiliated and tortured by Yuan Hong. He would wish he was dead. The small group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who felt Duan Lingtian might have mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability changed their stance when they heard the other disciples' words. However, there was still a small group of people who insisted on what they thought. Naturally, they could only think about it in their hearts. If he said it out loud, he would definitely be attacked by the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Seeing that Yuan Hong had sent Duan Lingtian flying with a single punch, Yuan Kuang was relieved. However, he did not forget to look at Gu Li, who was still in his hands. With a look of disdain, he said, "Gu Li, did you see that? So what if this Duan Lingtian is faster than my brother? Even if he has 100 inscriptions saint weapon, he's still no match for my brother in a head-on battle." Gu Li's expression was grave. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with worry in his eyes. "Junior brother Lingtian, use your high-grade movement divine ability to leave the Vermilion Bird Sanctum before the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off. Don't come back. At the very least, don't come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum again until you're stronger than Yuan Hong." At the same time, Gu Li hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, urging him to hurry. However, there was no response to his voice transmission. It was as though Duan Lingtian did not hear him at all. Gu Li immediately continued to send another voice transmission. However, he did not receive any response at all. What's junior brother Ling Tian doing? Gu Li was so anxious that he almost broke his teeth from clenching them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian suddenly flapped his golden crow's wings, causing the surrounding air to be sucked away. Boom, 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 boom. When the air was sucked away again, a series of thunderous explosions resonated in the air. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow as he shot up into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Gu Li sighed in relief. He thought Duan Ling Tian had listened to him and was preparing to leave the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Trying to run away? Yuan Hong smiled coldly and soared into the sky as well. He chased after Duan Ling Tian and disappeared into the horizon as well, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Let's go. Let's go up and have a look. At the same time, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples also prepared to fly up into the sky to watch the show. However, as soon as they made their move, they stopped moving before they could fly up into the sky. All of them were dumbfounded as they stared at the sky. To be more precise, they were staring at the clouds in the sky. Behind the clouds, Duan Ling Tian, whom they thought had escaped, appeared. Moreover, that was not all. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was carrying a person in his hand. Upon closer inspection, was that not Yuan Hong? At this moment, Yuan Hong, who had 3 bloody holes on his body, was still bleeding profusely, had fainted again. He was being carried by Duan Ling Tian as though he was an item. It was obvious that Yuan Hong had merely fainted because he was still breathing. Amidst the dead silence, Yuan Hong's heavy breathing was exceptionally loud. The scene of Duan Ling Tian carrying Yuan Hong as though he was an item was extremely familiar to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. At the same time, many of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples instinctively looked at Yuan Kuang, who was standing nearby, and Gu Li, who was being carried by Yuan Kuang. No matter how they looked at it, they felt Duan Ling Tian was imitating Yuan Hong. How's this possible? However, most of them were still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Based on the current situation, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian's strength was even higher than Yuan Hong's. Otherwise, how could Yuan Hong be defeated by him? Brother! Yuan Kuang, who was being carried by Duan Ling Tian like an item, cried out in disbelief when he saw Yuan Hong had fainted. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be so powerful to be able to subdue his brother, Yuan Hong. Don't tell me he has mastered another high-grade offensive divine ability? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they confirmed another matter. Duan Ling Tian had indeed mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to subdue Yuan Hong. What a freak! He has actually mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. In fact, he's only an exemplary saint-stage martial cultivator. If he possesses a green innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root, his future would be limitless. What a pity! It's indeed a pity. A person with a yellow innate spiritual root would most likely not be able to enter the quintessential saint stage. Even if he's lucky enough to enter the quintessential saint stage, he'll never be able to break through to the saint's celestial stage. On the other hand, a person with a green innate spiritual root would definitely be able to enter the saint's celestial stage and become a true powerhouse in Zoroastrianism. If Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base can break through to the saint's celestial stage, ordinary saint's celestial stage powerhouses would not be a match for him with the 3 divine abilities he has mastered. What a pity! He's just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene mentioned Duan Ling Tian's yellow innate spiritual root, they shook their heads and felt it was a pity. A person who had mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Anyone would feel pity for such a person. Let go. As Duan Ling Tian descended from the sky while carrying the unconscious Yuan Hong, he glared at Yuan Kuang coldly and shouted. As soon as he shouted, Duan Ling Tian's left eye, the strange pupil, flashed as a dragon-shaped soul attack shot out. It entered Yuan Kuang's body and slammed into his soul, causing his soul to tremble. As his soul trembled, Yuan Kuang instinctively let go of Gu Li's hand. As soon as Yuan Kuang let go of his hand, Gu Li regained his freedom. Nobody was restricting the saint energy in his body anymore. Junior brother Ling Tian. After regaining his freedom, Gu Li did not lose his mind due to the pleasant surprise. He immediately flew out and only heaved a sigh of relief when he appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. He knew he was out of danger. Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation base was only at the intermediate divine saint stage. Due to this reason, the soul attack he cast with his current soul was not enough to destroy Yuan Kuang's soul. Yuan Kuang was a bona fide exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. His soul was much more powerful than Duan Ling Tian's. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to kill Yuan Kuang when he cast his soul attack. He only wanted to distract Yuan Kuang so he could free Gu Li. Although Duan Ling Tian knew Yuan Kuang did not dare to kill Gu Li, he did not want to see Gu Li being controlled by Yuan Kuang. It would be extremely passive to him, and he did not like being passive. After a while, Yuan Kuang regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he realized Gu Li had disappeared from his hand. Horror dawned on him immediately. After taking a deep breath, Yuan Kuang looked at Duan Ling Tian and said coldly, "Duan Ling, let go of my brother." "Let go of your brother? Why should I let him go?" Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. However, his smile was evil no matter how one looked at it. It caused chills to run up Yuan Kuang's spine. "What can you do if I don't let you go? Don't tell me you dare to kill my brother?" Yuan Kuang said in a deep voice. "You're right. I want to kill your brother." Duan Ling Tian sneered. "You won't be able to live if you kill my brother." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Yuan Kuang's eyes widened as he said coldly, "Don't forget the rules of Zoroastrianism." As soon as the words rules left Yuan Kuang's mouth, a crisp sound resonated in the air. It was Duan Ling Tian who had broken Yuan Hong's neck with a raise of his hand. As soon as Duan Ling Tian broke Yuan Hong's neck, he did not forget to slash his sword twice. The first slash destroyed Yuan Hong's soul. The second slash pierced Yuan Hong's heart. At this moment, even if a deity descended from the heavens, he would not be able to save Yuan Hong since he was already dead. The moment Yuan Hong was killed, the scene fell into a dead silence. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene were dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would dare to disregard the rules of Zoroastrianism and kill someone. After a while, Yuan Kuang, who was pale with shock and disbelief, was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. His voice trembled as he said, "You actually dared to kill my brother? You're dead. You're dead." When Yuan Kuang reached the end of his sentence, he shouted angrily. Chapter 1946. Not only do I dare to kill your brother, but I dare to kill you as well. After killing Yuan Hong, Duan Ling Tian looked at Yuan Kuang with killing intent in his eyes. It sent chills down Yuan Kuang's spine. At that moment, Yuan Kuang realized that his body had stiffened involuntarily from fear. When he saw Duan Ling Tian raising his hand and tossing his brother's body to him, Yuan Kuang, who was distracted, finally suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly caught Yuan Hong's body. "Let's go." As soon as Yuan Kuang caught Yuan Hong's body, he recalled Duan Ling Tian's words and no longer dared to say anything. He thought to himself as he hastily prepared to leave with his brother's body. However, just as Yuan Kuang was about to leave with Yuan Hong's body, the area within a 100-meter radius of Duan Ling Tian was covered by a layer of golden light in just a blink of an eye. It blocked the sight of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. At this moment, due to the existence of Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 swords territory, Yuan Kuang was also covered by the golden light. He disappeared before the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' eyes, causing them to be unable to see what was going on inside. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian said he wants to kill Yuan Kuang. Not only did he kill Yuan Hong, but he also wants to kill Yuan Kuang. It seems like Duan Ling Tian has nothing left to lose. He knows he'll be sentenced to death for killing Yuan Hong, so he doesn't care about killing Yuan Kuang. The Yuan brothers deserve this for offending such a ruthless person who doesn't care about his life. Duan Lingun is too ruthless. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene whispered among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lington, a hint of dread could be heard in their voices. Duan Lington was a ruthless person. This was what they all agreed on. Senior brother Gu Li, I'll send you out first. After condensing the 10,000 swords territory, before Duan Lingtian could kill Yuan Kuang, he looked at Gu Li who was standing next to him and said to Gu Li. After informing Gu Li, Duan Lingtian immediately activated the vast Sun Saint energy in his body. Before Gu Li could react, he sent Duan Lingtian out of the 100-meter radius of the 10,000 swords domain. In the next instant, Gu Li's figure appeared in front of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, attracting their attention. It's him. Duan Lingtan seems to be standing up for him. What is his relationship with Duan Lingtian? The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who could not see the situation inside the 10,000 swords territory shifted their attention to Gu Li, causing him to become the focus of everyone's attention since he was easily injured. Based on the way Duan Lingtian addressed him, it seems like he called him senior brother. I remember him. At that time, I was in the same batch as Duan Lingtian to join Zoroastrianism. However, he went to the Black Turtle Sanctum, and I went to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. At that time, I remember he was with Gu Li. Then, does this mean Gu Li has a close relationship with Duan Lingtian before he joined Zoroastrianism? Isn't it obvious? Didn't you hear Gu Li address Duan Lingtian as junior brother? Before they joined Zoroastrianism, it's very likely that they were brothers from the same sect. If that's the case, it's no wonder Duan Lingtian was so angry that he even killed Yuan Hong. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves again. Based on their words, they did not agree with Duan Lingtian's impulsive act of killing Yuan Hong. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's actions were akin to seeking death. Since he had violated the Zoroastrianism's rule and killed his fellow disciple, it was very likely that he would pay with his life. Junior brother Ling Tian. However, Gu Li who was sent out did not pay attention to the people around him. When he regained his senses, horror dawned on him. Based on what Duan Lingtian had said to Yuan Kuang, naturally, he could guess the reason why Duan Lingtian had sent him out was because he did not want to be a burden to him. If he was also in Duan Lingtian's territory when Yuan Kuang died, he would undoubtedly become a suspect. He would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. In the 10,000 swords territory, Duan Lingtian walked toward Yuan Kuang in the air. Bang, bang, bang. With every step, Yuan Kuang felt as though a huge rock had smashed into his chest. His expression changed drastically, and his breathing involuntarily quickened. His heartbeat continued to accelerate. What are you trying to do? Faced with Duan Lingtian who was walking toward him in the air, Yuan Kuang held Yuan Hong's body and retreated. Fear was written all over his face. What can I do? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as though he was talking about something insignificant. No, you can't do that. If you kill me, you'll be violating the sect's rules. Zoroastrianism will never let you go. Yuan Kuang said to Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. Fear was written all over his face as he narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me that I'm not violating the Zoroastrianism's rules if I kill your brother? Upon hearing Yuan Kuang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but sneer before he said disdainfully, to Zoroastrianism, there's no difference between killing Yuan Hong and killing both of you. Sush. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Yuan Kuang's face. He knew he was in big trouble. At this moment of life and death, Yuan Kuang's expression changed rapidly. In the end, he kneeled in the air and kowtowed to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian, please let me go. I'm willing to apologize to senior brother Gu Li. As long as you don't kill me, senior brother Gu Li can take revenge on me however he wants. I haven't lived long enough, and I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Senior brother Lingtian, as long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to testify that it was my brother, Yuan Hong, who wanted to kill you. You killed him out of self-defense. He deserves to die. As long as I testify for you, you won't be violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. In order to survive, Yuan Kuang did not hesitate to betray his own brother. Although Yuan Hong wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was afraid of the Zoroastrianism's rules. Therefore, he had never thought of killing Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead. A hint of disgust flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard Yuan Kuang's words. Although Yuan Hong did not hold back when he attacked Duan Lingtian, there was not much killing intent. It was obvious he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Yuan Hong did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian not because he was merciful, but because he was afraid of violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. After all, the Zoroastrianism's rules forbade the killing of fellow disciples. However, even though Yuan Hong was afraid of the Zoroastrianism's rules, it did not mean Duan Lingtian was afraid of it as well. When Duan Lingtian saw Yuan Kuang humiliating Gu Li, he had already sentenced the Yuan brothers to death in his heart. Now that Yuan Hong was dead, Yuan Kuang was the only one left. You'll have to bear the consequences of your actions. There's no exception. When Duan Lingtian saw how Yuan Kuang was willing to betray his own brother in order to survive, he no longer bothered to waste his breath on him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately killed Yuan Kuang before Yuan Kuang could even react. It was a simple, direct, and violent move. Even Yuan Hong, who was at the early quintessential saint stage, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Yuan Kuang, who was only at the intermediate exemplary saint stage, was powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao. After killing the Yuan brothers, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Hua Lao. He wanted Hua Lao to guide his divine consciousness to the depths of the Yuan brothers' souls so that he could locate their innate spiritual roots. He wanted to devour the Yuan brothers' innate spiritual roots. Currently, he was eager to improve his innate spiritual root. The Yuan brothers could only blame themselves for being unlucky when they came to him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind to kill the Yuan brothers not because he was interested in their innate spiritual roots, but because he wanted to avenge Gu Li. As for the idea of devouring the Yuan brothers' innate spiritual roots, it only came to him when he was fighting with Yuan Hong. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate to take the risk of violating the Zoroastrianism's rule and killed Yuan Hong in front of everyone. After killing Yuan Hong, he killed Yuan Kuang as well. His innate spiritual root is dark green. Hua Lao guided Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness into Yuan Hong's soul. As soon as it entered Yuan Hong's soul, it told Duan Lingtian about the grade of Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root. A dark green innate spiritual root was the best green innate spiritual root. It's the same as my innate spiritual root? Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited. If Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root was too bad, he was not sure if his innate spiritual root would be able to improve to a blue innate spiritual root after devouring Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root. Now that he heard Hua Lao's words, he was filled with confidence. There's also Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian was not only going to devour Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root, but he was also going to devour Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root. After devouring Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root underwent a huge transformation as well. Your innate spiritual root has turned light green. Congratulations, your innate spiritual root is now a blue innate spiritual root. Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. Blue innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root had undergone another transformation. It was no longer a green innate spiritual root. Now, my speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is more than twice as fast as before. As Duan Lingtian tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, he could clearly feel the improvement in his innate talent. This was a substantial improvement. It was clear and real. This improvement gave Duan Lingtian a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 1947. After devouring Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed into a blue innate spiritual root. However, there were no obvious changes to his innate spiritual root after he devoured Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Although Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root was also a green innate spiritual root, it was nothing compared to his blue innate spiritual root. There was no doubt it would be a long road ahead for his blue innate spiritual root to transform. Devouring a green innate spiritual root was just a drop in the bucket. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory and appeared in front of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian withdrew his territory, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples did not pay any attention to him. Instead, their attention was on the two corpses that were falling from the sky. Bang! Bang! The two corpses fell to the ground with a loud thud. In the next instant, the entire place fell silent. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Duan Lingtian told Gu Li through voice transmission that Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had come looking for trouble with him. He also told him the purpose of his visit and taught him the secret method that could resist the soul-searching secret tactic to Gu Li. Junior brother Lingtian, you'd better run now. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape when the enforcement elders from our Vermilion Bird Sanctum arrive. Gu Li urged Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. His voice was filled with anxiety. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian had challenged the authority of Zoroastrianism by killing Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. How could the Zoroastrianism let Duan Lingtian go? Don't worry, senior brother Gu Li. I have a way to deal with this matter. In the face of Gu Li's urging, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. Instead, he responded to Gu Li with a confident smile. This caused Gu Li to be stunned again. Where did his junior brother Lingtian get his confidence from? Killing fellow disciples in Zoroastrianism was no small matter. At the same time, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ruthlessness was engraved in their hearts. This Duan Lingtian is really capable of doing anything, even Yuan Kuang was killed by him. Ruthless. Too ruthless. I can't believe such a ruthless person would appear in the Black Turtle Sanctum. As far as I know, he was already a ruthless person before he entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, by killing Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. However, no matter how ruthless he is, he's going to die today. Killing fellow disciples is not a small matter. He'll have to pay with his life. Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. All of them agreed that Duan Lingtian was going to die today. He would most likely have to pay with his life for the Yuan brothers. It's a pity his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. If he possesses an innate spiritual root that's blue or above, coupled with the 3 high-grade divine abilities he has mastered, the higher-ups would only punish him symbolically even if he kills a few more people, let alone the Yuan brothers. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was confirmed to be a yellow innate spiritual root when he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum. For this reason, he'll definitely die today. It's such a pity that such a genius who's good at comprehending and has mastered high-grade divine abilities is going to be executed soon. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves again. Not many of them thought Duan Lingtian would survive. I wonder if Duan Lingtian will escape when he knows he's going to die. Although the chances of him escaping are slim, if he doesn't escape, he won't be able to survive at all. If I were him, I'd definitely take a gamble even if I know the chances of escaping are slim. As long as I win, I'll be able to live a comfortable life. It seems like he has no intention of escaping at all. Amidst the discussions, many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. However, they discovered Duan Lingtian had been standing there for a long time. From the beginning until the end, he had no intention of leaving at all. In the next instant, they were dumbfounded when they saw Duan Lingtian's actions. Duan Lingtian flew out. However, he did not leave the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Instead, he flew and landed in front of the Tertius house where Yuan Hong stayed before he sat down at the stone table in the small courtyard. Duan Lingtian sat there quietly as though he was waiting for something. Soon after, a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder arrived. Elder Wu! Elder Wu! When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples saw this Silver Flame Elder, they quickly bowed at him. None of them dared to show any disrespect at all. The person who arrived was a fat old man. His short stature made him look as fat as a ball. His chubby face, in particular, was so small that only a pair of small eyes could be seen. However, it was precisely this fat old man's small eyes that were sharper and more spirited than anyone else's eyes. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder? When everyone bowed at the fat old man, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the other party's identity. Under the signal of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi discovered the Yuan brothers' bodies. His chubby face turned grave immediately, and his small eyes gleamed coldly. You're Duan Lingtian? Under the signal of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Wu Yi shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian sitting there leisurely with one leg crossed over the other, he was instantly enraged. Stand up. After taking a deep breath, Wu Yi suddenly shouted and asked Duan Lingtian to stand up. His tone was dignified and contained an unquestionable meaning. Upon hearing Wu Yi's shout, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not help but feel chills running down their spines. They knew very well that although this enforcement elder of their Vermilion Bird Sanctum seemed harmless, he was actually extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the enforcement elder of their Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Junior brother Lingtian, he's the enforcement elder of our Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu. He seems harmless, but that's not the case at all. You should try to go along with him. Otherwise, who knows what he'll do? Gu Li immediately reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. His voice was filled with worry. When Duan Lingtian heard Wu Yi's shout, he narrowed his eyes and stood up at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Then he left the small courtyard and stepped into the air. When Duan Lingtian arrived near Wu Yi, he bowed slightly and cupped his hands together. Greetings, Elder Wu. I dare not accept your greetings. Faced with Duan Lingtian's greeting, Wu Yi's expression softened a little. However, his tone was still as domineering as before. I'm the enforcement elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu. I came here today to investigate the death of my Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. You, Duan Lingtian, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, have disregarded our Zoroastrianism's rules and killed the two Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. Do you admit to your crimes? When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes narrowed as a terrifying aura emitted from his body. The aura that contained a powerful and oppressive force swept out like a tidal wave toward Duan Lingtian. If it was an ordinary person, their expression would have changed when they saw Wu Yi's aura. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved like a mountain. He was not affected at all. A hint of surprise appeared in the depth of Wu Yi's eyes when he saw this. Elder Wu Yi, if I'm not mistaken, let's not talk about whether I admit to my crimes or not. I don't think you can decide what happened today, right? After all, I'm not a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yi and said nonchalantly, there was a rule in the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If a disciple from any of the sanctums committed a crime, only the enforcement elder from that sanctum could decide what to do. The enforcement elders from the other sanctums could only decide what to do with the disciples from their own sanctums. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian had come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to kill someone and violated the Zoroastrianism's rules, the enforcement elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum would be the one to decide what crime he was charged with. You know the rules. When Wu Yi heard Duan Lingtian's words, he snorted and said, before I came here, I've already asked another Silver Flame Elder from our Vermilion Bird Sanctum to invite the Enforcement Elder from your Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Guxiong will be here soon. Guxiong was the Enforcement Elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone present, including Wu, he turned around and continued to swagger into the Secundus house where Yuan Hong lived when he was still alive. Not only that, he also closed the door behind him. Then, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. Elder Wu Yi, when Elder Guxiong arrives, let me know. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene was dumbfounded. Was he not a little too bold? On the other hand, the Enforcement Elder from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi, was so enraged that his chubby face trembled. His small eyes gleamed coldly. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed many times over. Junior brother Lingtian. Even though Gu Li knew Duan Lingtian and was familiar with him, when he saw Duan Lingtian's bold actions, he felt like Duan Lingtian had become a stranger. He could not see through Duan Lingtian at all. Naturally, he was not like the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. In his opinion, since his junior brother Lingtian dared to do this, he must be confident. However, he did not know what kind of confidence he had. Chapter 1948. How could it not be ugly? Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. He was second only to one person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Even in the entire four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, he was still considered one of the top figures. However, someone like him was continuously provoked by a new disciple who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum and had just joined the Zoroastrianism. At the very least, in Li An's opinion, it was a blatant provocation. In Li An's opinion, this was the greatest insult to him. The first time, the new disciple had killed his best friend's son in front of him. The second time, the new disciple had killed his prospective direct disciple. The third time, the new disciple had killed his grand-disciple. How could he tolerate this? This was especially so when he found out his grand-disciple had offended Duan Lingtian because he wanted to avenge him. Lian was completely enraged. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill Yuan Hong and his younger brother one after another? I'd like to see how you're going to keep your lowly life this time. When Lian arrived at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, his expression was grave, and his eyes were cold. In his opinion, this time, Duan Lingtian was dead meat. Put aside the fact that Yuan Hong might not have wanted to kill him, even if he did, he would have killed Yuan Hong out of self-defense. However, what about Yuan Hong's younger brother? Based on the information he had obtained, Yuan Hong's younger brother, Yuan Kuang, did not make a move against Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian had killed Yuan Kuang for no reason other than killing a fellow disciple. According to the rules of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian had to pay with his life for Yuan Kuang's. Elder Guxiong, I don't think you're going to rule that Duan Lingtian is innocent like last time, right? Lian asked after he caught up to Guxiong. His eyes flashed when he arrived next to Guxiong. Humph. Guxiong, who had come because Duan Lingtian had killed the two Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, had a gloomy expression when he heard Li An's words. Elder Lian, are you questioning the fairness of the ruling I made last time? Since you feel that my previous ruling was unfair, why don't you appeal to the Altar Master? As he spoke, Guxiong's voice became colder and colder, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a few degrees. I just want to remind Elder Guxiong that some people don't always kill based on reason. Today, even if Duan Lingtian killed Yuan Hong in self-defense, the crime of killing Yuan Kuang is enough for him to be executed. Lian said indifferently. As he spoke, his tone turned cold. Elder Lian, as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, I, Guxiong, know what I'm doing. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Guxiong said in a deep voice. From his words, he did not give Lian any face. Li An's expression turned grave when he saw Guxiong did not give him any face. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. Following that, Li An's body flashed as he sped up and headed to the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples ahead of Guxiong. At the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, more and more Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples walked out of their respective residences. They only had one purpose in coming out, and that was to join in the fun. Due to this reason, it did not take long before the sky above the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' residences was filled with a few thousand people. At this moment, these people, led by the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi, were surrounding a Secundus house as they discussed among themselves. At this moment, the door of the Secundus house was tightly shut, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. That Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, is so fierce? He still dares to act so arrogantly in front of our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi after killing Yuan Hong? He even entered Yuan Hong's residence to rest in front of Elder Wu? Duan Lingtian is really rebellious. Does he really think the rules of our Zoroastrianism are dead? No matter what he did, he'll definitely die today. As for his seemingly valiant behavior, perhaps he just wants to indulge himself before he dies. That makes sense. I think he's just going for broke. He's not afraid of anything anymore. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They knew Duan Lingtian was going to be executed soon. If it's not for the rule of our Zoroastrianism's four symbol sanctums, which states that the enforcement elders of one of the sanctums are not allowed to punish the disciples of another sanctum, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have survived until now. Can't you see how dark Elder Wu Yi's expression is? He's really angered by Duan Lingtian this time. The Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder should be arriving soon. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder arrives, it'll be time for Duan Lingtian to pay with his life for the Yuan brothers. I really want to see if Duan Lingtian can still be so arrogant at that time. As the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, the expression of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, Wu Yi, darkened. Although his face was full of fat, one could see that his expression was extremely ugly. One could see how furious he was. Ever since Wu De became the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, this was his first time seeing such an arrogant Zoroastrianism disciple. After killing his fellow disciple, he actually acted as though nothing had happened. He even completely disregarded him, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder. After this matter is over, I'll look for the sanctum leader and ask him to look for the hall master of the St. Lands Enforcement Hall to change the rules of the four symbols sanctums. When an outer sanctum's disciple killed someone in the four symbols sanctums, I, the enforcement elder of the four symbols sanctums, can't even uphold justice for the deceased. It's so humiliating to be an enforcement elder like this. Wu Yi muttered to himself. In the end, he felt extremely humiliated. Naturally, it was not as if he had never encountered an outer sanctum's disciple committing a crime in the Vermilion Bird's sanctum before. However, although he could not punish those outer sanctum's disciples, they would still act like a mouse that had seen a cat when they saw him. He enjoyed the feeling of a cat catching a mouse very much. However, today, Duan Lingtian had completely disregarded him. Not only did he not enjoy the feeling of a cat catching a mouse, but he also felt extremely humiliated. As the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, he could only watch as an outer sanctum's disciple who killed his fellow disciple acted so freely under his nose. However, he could not do anything about it. Humiliating. Unbearable. Furious. These were the emotions Wu De, the enforcement elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, felt at the moment. Junior brother Ling Tian. As a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple, Gu Li, naturally, stood among the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. When he looked at the Secundus house that originally belonged to Yuan Hong, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he was confident in him. However, based on the current situation, it was extremely disadvantageous for Duan Lingtian. He's Gu Li? Duan Lingtian killed the Yuan brothers because of him? Speaking of which, he's quite a pitiful person. He was always bullied by the Yuan brothers. Now that the Yuan brothers are dead, he can be considered to have escaped from the clutches of the devil. He's fine, but that junior brother Ling Tian of his is going to be executed today. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder arrives, Duan Ling Tian will definitely die. Currently, Gu Li had become the center of attention of many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Upon hearing the words of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Gu Li became even more worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. No matter how lively it was outside, there was no one in the Secundus house that originally belonged to Yuan Hong. Naturally, it was not completely empty. In an inconspicuous corner, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust stood there. Inside the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, or to be more precise, in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, a person was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. How fast? With my current cultivation speed, I'll only need 5 months to make a breakthrough even if I cultivate in the Secundus house. 5 months in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is only half a month in the outside world. In other words, I'll only need half a month in the outside world to successfully break through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes with a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. He had entered the Secundus house to sense his current cultivation speed. After all, he no longer possessed a green innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. Although my blue innate spiritual root is only light blue, with the help of the time flow on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, my current cultivation speed is comparable to a monstrous genius with a light blue innate spiritual root. Apart from that, even if I cultivate in the Secundus house, with the help of the cultivation environment on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, my current cultivation environment is comparable to the Primus house. Of course, if I can cultivate in the Primus house, my cultivation speed will also be improved further. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. It's almost time. Elder Guoxiong should be here soon, right? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immediately left the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and put it away. Then, he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed in the Secundus house and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, outside the Secundus house, a figure moved swiftly and arrived next to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement Elder Wu Da in just a blink of an eye. Elder Wu Da. The person greeted Wu Da. Elder Lian. In the face of the greeting, Wood also responded, but he didn't show any flattery. He was the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder. His strength was in no way inferior to the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. Even if he was not as strong as Lian, he was not too far off. For this reason, he was very casual even when he was facing Lian, its elder Lian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian? Lian's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. What about Duan Lingtian? Chapter 1949. When Wu Yi heard Lian's question, if he did not know about the conflict between Lian and Duan Lingtian, he would have cursed out loud. Were all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples so arrogant? How dare he disregard him, the enforcement elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's territory? He's in the Secundus house that originally belonged to Yuan Hong. He said he'll come out when the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong arrives. When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes narrowed coldly. His fat face was contorted, showing just how angry he was at this moment. What? Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Li An's expression changed drastically. He shouted angrily, "Who does he think he is? He's just a sinner who has violated the sect's rules. How dare he be so presumptuous?" As soon as Lian finished speaking, before Wu Yi and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could react, he had already made his move at lightning speed. Boom! Lian casually raised his hand and slapped forward. A vast and nearly invisible energy instantly transformed into a palm print. The palm print tore through the air and caused a loud bang as it ruthlessly landed on the second-class house, in front of him. Rumble! As a series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the air, the Secundus house suddenly collapsed and turned into ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air. From afar, one could feel chills running up one's spine. How ruthless! Upon seeing this, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shuddered. They did not expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame Elder Lian to be so ruthless. He destroyed the Secundus house in just one move. Elder Lian. Upon seeing this, Wu Yi's expression turned grave as he glared at Lian angrily. Whether it was Lian destroying the Secundus house in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' residence or abusing his authority, he was displeased. Although he was displeased by Duan Lingtian's actions, he did not think of abusing his authority. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a mere Duan Lingtian to survive in his hands. As the law-enforcing elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi was just like any other person. He would get angry because of all kinds of unpleasant things, but he had his own principles. In Zoroastrianism, everything was done according to the rules. This was Wu Yi's principle. "Don't worry, I didn't kill him," Lian said calmly. Although he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, he was not so impulsive as to kill Duan Lingtian in front of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder. He made a move because he didn't want to make things too easy for Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian dared to be so arrogant was definitely because he knew that he was going to die, so he wanted to be complacent and enjoy himself before he died. Duan Lingtian wanted to enjoy it, but he wouldn't let him. "Don't you like to rest? Let's see how you're going to rest after I destroy the house." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ruins shook a few times, and then an angry and cold voice came out. Boom. Following that, another loud sound reverberated in the air as the ruins exploded. A person rose up into the air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had a grave expression on his face. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was covered in dust since he had just come out from the ruins. "Duan Ling, how dare you call me by my name when you see me? Do you know that you violated the Zoroastrianism's rule of not respecting your elders?" Lian said coldly. A hint of satisfaction could be seen in his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's wretched state. Based on his words, he was directly saying Duan Lingtian did not respect his elders. Upon hearing Lian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but snort coldly. He retorted, "If I'm not mistaken, there's also a rule in Zoroastrianism that the elders in the sect are not allowed to bully the weak. You've already put aside your pride to bully the weak, and you still want me to respect you? Is there something wrong with your head, or are you an idiot to begin with?" Duan Lingtian had been suppressing the anger in his heart for a long time when Lian destroyed his room. Now that he heard Lian say that he did not respect his elders, he could not hold it in any longer and exploded. He did not respect his elders and bullied the weak. How could he still have the cheek to say he did not respect his elders? Ridiculous. Extremely ridiculous. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he felt much better. However, while his anger was appeased, Lian's anger was not. "Idiot." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Then, all eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian, causing him to become the center of attention. These gazes came from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who were present. Their gazes were filled with shock, disbelief, admiration, and surprise. All in all, when Duan Lingtian said the word "idiot" to Lian, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene had different thoughts. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian was going all out. Since he knew he was going to die, he wanted to enjoy himself before he was executed. There were also some people who admired Duan Lingtian. They did not know why Duan Lingtian dared to act so boldly. "Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death." When Lian looked at Duan Lingtian again, an awe-inspiring killing intent rose from his body, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. At this moment, he felt as though his lungs were about to explode because of Duan Lingtian. Ever since he became a Zoroastrianism's elder, who else would dare to call him an idiot in front of him? Duan Lingtian, an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, actually dared to call him an idiot. This made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. What? Elder Lian, are you angry now? Duan Lingtian was amused when he saw how angry Lian was. He said nonchalantly, I don't think I've said anything wrong. Why don't we ask Elder Wu Yi to be the judge of this? As the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, I'm sure he knows the rules of Zoroastrianism better than both of us. Why don't we ask him to tell us who provoked who first today? Who's at fault? Lian was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode. After all, he was the one who instigated the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. If you respect me, I'll respect you tenfold. When Duan Lingtian saw that Lian did not reply, he continued to say, I, Duan Lingtian, always have a clear conscience. Naturally, now that I'm in Zoroastrianism, I'll definitely abide by the rules of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian's first sentence was still acceptable. Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples secretly gave him a thumbs up. As for the last sentence, it made everyone's expression become a little strange. Duan Lingtian said he would abide by the rules of Zoroastrianism? What a joke! Could it be that he did not violate the rules of Zoroastrianism when he killed Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang earlier? Was he abiding by the rules of Zoroastrianism? Due to Duan Lingtian's actions earlier, the people present on the scene scoffed at his second sentence. Duan Lingtian is too shameless. How can he say something like that? That's right. If he abides by the rules of Zoroastrianism, he wouldn't have killed Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. It's still fine if it's Yuan Hong since he killed them out of self-defense. However, what about Yuan Kuang? From the beginning until the end, Yuan Kuang did not even make a move against him. However, he still killed Yuan Kuang. It's fine if other people say this, but Duan Lingtian is the most ridiculous person in the world when he said this. Based on his actions, it seems like he's just venting his emotions. It seems like he's also aware that he's running out of time. Since the Black Turtle Sanctum's Elder Lian is here, I'm afraid the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement Elder Guixiong will be here soon. Most of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples glanced at Duan Lingtian before they shook their heads. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not have much time left, so he was being so self-indulgent. I can't be bothered to argue with you. After all, no matter what, you'll definitely die today. Lian snorted coldly as though he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. He no longer said anything to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he stood quietly at the side with his eyes closed as he waited for the arrival of the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement Elder Guixiong. When Duan Lingtian saw Lian had fallen silent, he no longer continued to speak. He retracted his cold gaze from Lian. Soon after, the scene became quiet again. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement Elder Guixiong. After a few breaths, a soft voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone present, causing them to raise their heads and look into the distance. They saw an old figure flying toward them at an extremely fast speed. Soon after, the figure landed next to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement Elder Wu. It was a person wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder's uniform. It's the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement Elder Guixiong? The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples immediately shifted their attention to the newcomer. Elder Guixiong. Duan Lingtian looked at the newcomer and narrowed his eyes. He was not afraid at all. In fact, in the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, as a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Guixiong, the enforcement elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, had the right to sentence him to death based on the severity of his crime. Elder Guixiong. When Wu Yi saw Guixiong, his eyes lit up as though he had seen his savior. Elder Guixiong, you came at the right time. Now, you can make your decision and sentence Duan Lingtian to pay with his life for the Yuan brothers. Lian said to Guixiong directly. Based on his words, it was as though he was giving an order. He really wanted to see Duan Lingtian sentenced to death, so he did not realize he had overstepped his boundaries. When Wu Yi heard Lian's words, he could not help but frown even though he was not involved. As the person involved, Guixiong's expression darkened immediately. He said rudely to Lian, Elder Lian, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Chapter 1950. This was not Lian's first time being treated so rudely by Guxiong. Please search for the most complete. Damn. However, being humiliated by Guxiong in front of so many people, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Although he was furious, he did not show it on his face. At the very least, it was not appropriate for him to show it at this moment. Who knew if Guxiong would rule in Duan Lingtian's favor if he fell out with Guxiong? Although according to the Zoroastrianism's rules, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Lingtian would definitely be killed, who knew if Guxiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, would side with him? In order to witness Duan Lingtian's death, he chose to endure it for now. Based on this, one could see how much he wanted Duan Lingtian to be killed. Duan Lingtian. After Guxiong retracted his gaze from Lian, he immediately shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked in a deep voice, "I heard you killed 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples?" When Guxiong asked Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian. Yes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian replied without hesitation. Why? Guxiong asked again. Although everything was going according to procedure, his voice gradually turned colder. Yuan Hong wanted to kill me, so I killed him out of self-defense. Duan Lingtian said in a timely manner. As for Yuan Kuang, although he didn't make a move on me, he threatened my friend's life in an attempt to interfere with my fight with Yuan Hong. In my opinion, he's an accomplice of Yuan Hong. Both of them wanted to kill me, so I killed him out of self-defense as well. His words were said fluently as though he had rehearsed it countless times. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. After a while, many people began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too shameless?" Indeed, he's shameless. It can be said that he killed Yuan Hong out of self-defense. However, Yuan Kuang did not make a move on him at all, and he actually found such an excuse to say he killed Yuan Kuang out of self-defense. What a joke! Does he really think the enforcement elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum are so easily deceived? Do you think they believe everything he says? In my opinion, not only does he think the Black Turtle Sanctum's Duan Lingtian, but he also thinks our Vermilion Bird. In the beginning, the group, the Vermilion Bird Sanctums, the Vermilion, mildly, the Vermilion as well. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong heard the words of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, his expression turned grave immediately. Elder Duan Lingtian, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. I've already investigated what happened today. It's true that Yuan Hong launched a sneak attack on him, but I can't be sure if he intended to kill him or not. At the same time, Wu Yi, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Let's just assume that Yuan Hong tried to kill Duan Lingtian and was killed by him out of self-defense. However, based on my investigation, Yuan Kuang did not threaten his friend's life. It's not difficult to verify this. We can ask his friend to swear on the lightning penalty oath, and the truth will be revealed. I believe he can confirm if Yuan Kuang threatened his friend's life to interfere with Duan Lingtian." When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples nearby and found Gu Li. When Gu Li heard Wu Yi's words and saw looking at him, horror dawned on him. He was not afraid of death. If he could exchange his life for his junior brother Lingtian's safety, he would be more than happy to do so. However, if he swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Wu Yi's words, not only would he die from the lightning penalty, but he would also implicate his junior brother Lingtian. At that time, everyone would be able to confirm that Duan Lingtian did not kill Yuan Kuang out of self-defense. According to the Zoroastrianism's rule, killing a fellow disciple for no reason was a capital offense. Elder Wu Yi, there's no need for that. When Duan Lingtian saw everyone, including the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong, had shifted their attention to Gu Li, he quickly interjected. As soon as he spoke, he stopped Wu with, "What? Do you admit that you killed your fellow disciple?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Yi shifted his gaze from Gu Li to Duan Lingtian and smirked coldly. Lian stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. A cruel smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being executed. Elder Wu Yi, I didn't admit to it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duan Lingtian, if you don't admit to it, just ask your friend to do as Elder Wu Yi said. At that time, the truth will be revealed. At this moment, Guxiong was furious. Elder Guxiong, there's no need to rush. Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he transmitted his voice to Guxiong. This sentence caused Guxiong's eyes to widen in shock. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. However, at the same time, a hint of suspicion could be seen on Guxiong's face. In the end, he turned to look at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement Elder Wu Yi and transmitted his voice to Wu. Immediately, Wu Yi's face was filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, he also revealed a somewhat suspicious expression. Huh! Just when everyone, including Lian, noticed that there was something wrong with the two law-enforcing elders' expressions, Li An's expression changed. Bush, 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 bush. The air rippled as a wave of scorching and vast flame energy surged out from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement Elder Wu Yi's body. In the end, it consolidated into a flame territory. The flame territory was like a gigantic beast that swallowed Wu, Guxiong, and Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, only a huge fireball with a diameter of 100 meters was left in front of everyone's eyes. The huge fireball continued to burn as it hovered in the air, blocking everyone's sight. What's Wu Yi doing? Lian could not help but frown when he saw this. Even if they wanted to execute Duan Lingtian, according to the rules, they would have to make a verbal judgment first, right? For some reason, an ominous feeling rose in Li An's heart. Moreover, this feeling grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lian even wanted to barge into Wu Yi's flame territory to see what he and Guxiong were up to. However, in the end, he resisted the urge. Naturally, he could do that. However, the consequences were not something he could bear. At that time, as long as Wu Yi and Guxiong reported him to the St. Lands Enforcement Hall, he would not be able to get away scot-free even if he was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. As the enforcement elders of the four symbols sanctums, Wu Yi and Guxiong were directly under the St. Lands Enforcement Hall. What are Elder Wu Yi and Elder Guxiong doing? Are they going to execute Duan Lingtian? Even if they want to execute Duan Lingtian, according to the rules, they would have to make a verbal judgment first, right? Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's shamelessness has angered the two enforcement elders. Due to this reason, they no longer intend to execute Duan Lingtian verbally. That's possible. As the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, more than 90% of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples thought the same thing. Wu Yi had cast the flame territory to block their sight because he wanted to execute Duan Lingtian. Even Gu Li felt the same way. At this moment, Gu Li's face turned pale immediately. He clenched his fists tightly as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he hated himself to the core. He hated himself for being too weak. He could not help Duan Lingtian at all. The appearance of the flame territory immediately separated the two worlds. Most of the people outside the flame territory thought Duan Lingtian was going to be executed. However, inside the flame territory, Duan Lingtian was in peace with the two enforcement elders. Guxiong and Wu Yi took out a transparent spiritual pearl at the same time. It was the spiritual pearl that was used to test one's innate spiritual root. Wu Yi had cast the flame territory to block the sight of the people outside for this very moment. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to deceive me and Elder Guxiong, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to wish for death even if I have to execute you. Wu Yi threatened in a deep voice as he passed the spiritual pearl to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold as he passed the spiritual pearl to Duan Lingtian. Although Guxiong did not say anything, the piercing look in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian explained everything. The facts will prove everything. After receiving the spiritual pearls from the two enforcement elders, Duan Lingtian held one spiritual pearl in each hand with a flip of his palm as he waited quietly. Normally, the spiritual pearls would only react after the span of 10 breaths. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had told Guxiong a piece of important news through voice transmission. He possessed a blue innate spiritual root. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guxiong did not have any dealings with Duan Lingtian before this. However, due to Gulong's death 10 days ago, he had come across Duan Lingtian again. It was precisely because of that encounter that he learned some things about Duan Lingtian. This included the fact that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. At that time, Guxiong was puzzled. Where did a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root find the courage to go against the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder? However, today, Duan Lingtian had told Guxiong through voice transmission again. His innate spiritual root is not a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. In Zoroastrianism, martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots would usually be given special treatment. They would even be allowed to do things that ordinary disciples would not be able to do. That included killing fellow disciples of the same sect. Why did Gulong dare to kill Duan Lingtian 10 days ago? It was all because he thought Duan Lingtian was a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. The Zoroastrianism that valued talents would not kill him. Chapter 1951. Finally, the span of 10 breaths had passed. The 2 spiritual pearls in Duan Lingtian's hands began to shine with a green light as though they were telling the people around them something. It's really a blue innate spiritual root. Wu Yi's eyes widened immediately. Before this, he did not believe Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. This was because the Black Turtle Sanctum had informed him that Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. However, he had no choice but to believe it when he saw this. Blue innate spiritual root. Guxiong was momentarily stunned when he saw the reaction of the 2 spiritual pearls in Duan Lingtian's hands. When he regained his senses, he cursed the 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders who tested Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. How could they turn a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root into a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root? Not only was this a trap, but it was also pushing a martial genius out of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian, why don't you acknowledge me as your master and come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum? When Wu looked at Duan Lingtian again, he narrowed his small eyes that shone with hope. The fat on his face relaxed as he revealed a smile that he thought was gentle. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to acknowledge him as his master as soon as he opened his mouth. In the fire worship sect, a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root would always be fought over by the Silver Flame Elders to be their disciple. As a Silver Flame Elder in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu was, naturally, no exception. There's nothing good for you in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, you've already offended that vengeful Lian. If you continue to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, you'll only bring trouble to yourself. If you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll immediately ask the Sanctum leader of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to negotiate with the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum and ask for you. When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, a hint of urgency could be heard in his voice. Bullshit. When Duan Lingtian was put in a spot and was about to refuse, Guxiong immediately looked at Wu Yi and scolded him. Duan Lingtian is a martial Dao genius in our Black Turtle Sanctum. How dare you try to poach him in front of me? Do you really think I'm dead? Guxiong, you can't say that. Wu Yi was a little unhappy when he heard Guxiong's words. He said with a straight face, who in the 4 symbol sanctums does not know about Duan Lingtian's current situation in your Black Turtle Sanctum? If Duan Lingtian continues to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, who knows when Lian will kill him? It's not like you don't know what Lian is capable of. He's a guy who will do anything to achieve his goals. In the past, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian is just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. It's fine for him to deal with him slowly. However, if he finds out that Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he'll definitely do whatever it takes to kill Duan Lingtian. This was one of the reasons Guxiong had consolidated his flame territory to block the view of the people outside. If Lian found out that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, this martial Dao genius would most likely be killed by him. For this reason, I think it's best for Duan Lingtian to come to the Vermilion Bird's sanctum. It's too dangerous for him to stay in the Black Turtle's sanctum. After all, Lian will find out about his blue innate spiritual root sooner or later. Wu Yi finished speaking in one breath. Guxiong's expression changed when he heard Wu Yi's words. Elder Guxiong, I know you want to take Duan Lingtian as your direct disciple. However, you didn't say anything because you don't think you'll be able to protect Duan Lingtian. Just let him go and let Duan Lingtian come to the Vermilion Bird's sanctum. Lian won't dare to act recklessly in the Vermilion Bird's sanctum. Wu Yi advised. Humph. Guxiong snorted. Although I don't think I'll be able to protect Duan Lingtian, there might be someone in the Black Turtle's sanctum who can protect him. You? Wu Yi narrowed his eyes when he heard Li An's words. He asked in shock. You're going to recommend Duan Lingtian to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle's sanctum? That's right. Guxiong nodded. Elder Guxiong. Wu Yi was instantly anxious when he saw Guxiong nodding in all seriousness, as he didn't want a duck that was already cooked to fly away. Out of consideration for my age and the fact that I don't have a proper personal disciple, give Duan Lingtian to me. I, Wu Yi, will surely remember this favor of yours. I'll definitely remember it. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, was speechless when he saw this. From the beginning until the end, Wu Yi did not seem to ask for his opinion at all. Guxiong, who was annoyed by Wu Yi, saw Duan Lingtian's speechless expression from the corner of his eyes. His eyes lit up immediately as he said, Elder Wu Yi, what's the point of telling me so much? If Duan Lingtian doesn't want to stay in the Vermilion Bird's sanctum, are you going to tie him up here? In my opinion, you should ask for his opinion first before you try to persuade me. You're putting the cart before the horse. Guxiong immediately tossed Wu Yi, this trouble, to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Wu looking at him, he immediately expressed his stance and said apologetically, Elder Wu Yi, I'm sorry. I'd like to stay in the Black Turtle's sanctum to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. The Black Turtle's barrier. The Black Turtle's barrier was the only reason he wanted to stay in the Black Turtle's sanctum. Currently, he only lacked a high-grade defensive divine ability. As the number 1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's barrier was undoubtedly the most suitable defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism for him. I forgot that Duan Lingtian, you're also very talented in mastering divine abilities. Currently, you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guxiong spoke before Wu Yi could reply. Then he looked at Wu Yi and said with a smile, Elder Wu Yi, if I'm not mistaken, the divine ability in the Vermilion Bird's sanctum is not as powerful as the high-grade movement divine ability that Duan Lingtian has mastered. For this reason, you should just give up. Duan Lingtian won't stay in the Vermilion Bird's sanctum. Wu Yi's chubby face was a little stiff. When his eyes met Duan Lingtian's determined gaze, he sighed. Forget it, forget it. In the end, Wu Yi waved his hand helplessly like a deflated balloon. It was as though he had suddenly aged a few decades. Elder Wu Yi, the most important thing right now is to deal with Duan Lingtian. Guxiong suddenly said to Wu Yi with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi shuddered and regained his senses. His expression turned solemn as well. Since Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root, according to the unspoken rules of Zoroastrianism, it's not a big deal for him to commit such a small mistake. However, we still need to punish him on the surface. Otherwise, we won't be able to convince the others. Wu Yi and Guxiong looked at each other and quickly reached a consensus. Unspoken rules? Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's lips twitched subtly. Although Duan Lingtian knew the fire worship sect would not exchange his life for the lives of the Yuan brothers after he revealed his blue innate spiritual root, he was certain the fire worship sect would not allow him to kill the Yuan brothers. However, he did not know this was known as the unspoken rules in Zoroastrianism. Outside the flame territory. As time passed by, the uneasiness in Li An's heart grew stronger, and his expression turned grave. It's not over yet? Why do I feel this is strange? If the two enforcement elders want to kill Duan Lingtian, it shouldn't take them so long. Could it be that something has happened? Something has happened? What could have happened? Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples also noticed something was amiss. However, they could not tell what it was. Junior brother Ling Tian. A glimmer of hope could be seen in the depth of Gu Li's eyes. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi withdrew the flame territory that was blocking everyone's sight. After the flame territory was withdrawn, 3 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. When the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples saw Duan Lingtian, who they thought had been executed, standing there as though nothing had happened, they were dumbfounded. Could it be that the 2 enforcement elders did not execute Duan Lingtian after such a long time had passed? Since they did not execute Duan Lingtian, what were they doing earlier? Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were filled with doubts. Elder Wu Yi, Elder Guoxiong, what were both of you doing earlier? Li An's eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the 2 enforcement elders and asked in a deep voice. However, even though his voice wasn't soft, regardless of whether it was Wu or Guoxiong, they completely ignored him, causing Li An's expression to become extremely ugly. Junior brother Ling Tihi. At the same time, Gu Li could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. He could not see through what was happening. Senior brother Gu Li, you just have to watch carefully. Duan Lingtian interrupted Gu Li's voice transmission. His tone was calm, giving off a sense of security. Upon hearing this, Gu Li nodded inwardly. At the same time, he immediately looked at the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. Today, Elder Guoxiong would be the one to make the decision regarding Duan Lingtian. Cough cough. However, when everyone's attention was on Guoxiong, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi cleared his throat. After successfully attracting everyone's attention, Wu Yi said in a clear voice, I've repeatedly confirmed that Duan Lingtian killed the Yuan brothers out of self-defense. Killing the Yuan brothers out of self-defense? Gu Li was dumbfounded. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples was dumbfounded as well. However, he still killed Yuan Kuang even though he knew he could have held back. That's not a good thing. Now, Elder Guoxiong will make the final decision regarding Duan Lingtian's crime. Wu Yi continued to say. When Lian heard the first half of Wu Yi's sentence, his expression had already turned grave. He completely ignored the second half of Wu Yi's sentence. The ominous feeling had finally come true. Chapter 1952. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, killed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. Although there is a reason behind it and it was self-defense, he was too reckless in killing Yuan Kuang. For this reason, I've reached a consensus with the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Wu Yi, and we've decided to send him to the first mine of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism to serve for 10 years in 3 months. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong, made a ruling against Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian would be sent to the first mine of the 4 symbols sanctums to serve for 10 years in 3 months. The moment Guoxiong's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Apart from Guoxiong and Wu Yi, who had a calm expression on their faces, Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm. He was not surprised by the ruling at all. It was as though he had long known about it. As for the others, including Li En and Gu Li, they were stunned by the ruling. Elder Guoxiong. Li En was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Guoxiong with a grave expression as he said in a low voice, Duan Lingnan. You can say that Duan Lingtian killed Yuan Hong out of self-defense, but how can you say that he killed Yuan Kuang out of self-defense? Don't you think it's a little arbitrary for you to make such a rash ruling? Lian questioned Guoxiong as soon as he spoke. Guoxiong's expression turned grave immediately. He glanced at Lian coldly. Elder Lian, this ruling is a unanimous decision made by Elder Wu and I. If you have any objections, you can go to the St. Lands Enforcement Hall in a few days' time to express your opinion. At that time, the ruling I've made today will be recorded in the St. Lands Enforcement Hall's files. You're not qualified to interfere with my ruling. When Guoxiong reached the end of his sentence, his tone was unfriendly. There was even a hint of mockery in his tone. It was because of Li Yan that he could not accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Although he was not much weaker than Li Yan, he was still weak. In addition, Li Yan's foundation in Zoroastrianism was stronger than his. If Duan Lingtian became his disciple, he might not be able to protect Duan Lingtian. For this reason, in order not to destroy Duan Lingtian, he planned to recommend Duan Lingtian to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. As long as Duan Lingtian became the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum, even if Li Yan wanted to lay his hands on Duan Lingtian, he would have to think twice before making a move on him. The sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum was a Golden Flame Elder. He was one of the strongest elders in Zoroastrianism. Hearing Guoxiong's words, Li Yan was instantly enraged. He stared at Guoxiong with an ominous glint in his eyes as his body trembled violently due to his anger. However, Guoxiong completely ignored him. He was not worried Li Yan would make a move on him. If Li Yan dared to make a move on him, he was confident he would send Li Yan to the St. Lan's Enforcement Hall. Even if Li Yan did not die, he would at least be skinned alive. Elder Wu Yi, do you agree with Elder Guoxiong's decision as well? Li Yan asked as he took a deep breath to suppress the raging anger in his heart. He shifted his gaze from Guoxiong to, didn't Elder Guoxiong say it already? This is a unanimous decision made by me and him. Wu Yi said impatiently when faced with Li Yan's question. Good. Very good. In a few days, when all of you file today's decision into the St. Lan's Enforcement Hall's case file, I'll personally go to the Enforcement Hall to protest the decision that all of you have made today. After Li Yan obtained Wu Yi's confirmation, he was so angry that his face was distorted. Then, Li Yan glanced at Wu Yi and Guoxiong coldly before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. He said coldly, Duan Lingtian, although I don't know what method you used to make Wu Yi and Guoxiong favor you, however, I want to tell you that the two of them are not the only ones in the Zoroastrianism's Enforcement Hall. When they send today's decision to the Enforcement Hall and file it into the Enforcement Hall's case file, I'll immediately rush to the Enforcement Hall to overturn the decision that they made today. At that time, the Enforcement Hall will send another St. Lan's Enforcement Elder to make a new decision on you. You won't be able to live for long. When Li Yan reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Facing Li Yan's cold shout, Duan Lingtian didn't even look at Li Yan from the beginning until the end. As soon as Li Yan finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out two words unhurriedly. Idiot. Idiot. Duan Lingtian's words stunned the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. Isn't this Duan Lingtian too valiant? He actually dared to call Li Yan an idiot? Duan Ling, you're seeking death. Li Yan was already furious. When he heard Duan Lingtian calling him an idiot, he was instantly enraged. He wanted to seize this opportunity to attack Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian today, he wanted to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Elder Li Yan, don't tell me you thought I was referring to you when I called you an idiot? That's a huge misunderstanding. Moreover, I didn't call you that earlier, did I? Or perhaps, Elder Li Yan, you've always had such a nickname? Duan Lingtian said solemnly as he looked at Li Yan, who was about to make a move. Duan Lingtian's serious appearance angered Li Yan to the point that he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, he knew he could not touch Duan Lingtian today. This was because as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he noticed Guoxiong and Wu Yi were staring at him. It was as though they were saying, if you dare to touch Duan Lingyan, we'll attack you together. Duan Lingyan, you won't be so smug for long. Li Yan glared at Duan Lingtian coldly before he left in a huff without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stared at Li Yan's departing figure. A cold gleam flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he had the chance, he would not let Li Yan continue to live in this world. Li Yan's existence was still a hidden danger to him. What's going on? Duan Lingtian killed two of our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, and this is the only punishment he receives. Isn't this too ridiculous? Moreover, what happened after Elder Wu Yi consolidated his flame territory and shrouded him, Elder Guoxiong, and Duan Lingtian? Why is there such a huge change in the situation? That's right. Before that, Elder Guoxiong and Elder Wu Yi were very aggressive when they faced Duan Lingtian. However, after they came out of the flame territory, they stood on Duan Lingtian's side and tried their best to protect him. Moreover, they even gave Duan Lingtian an excuse to punish Duan Lingtian. The turning point must be in the flame territory. Unfortunately, we don't know what happened when they were in there. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. Their words were filled with confusion. They had seen the changes in Guoxiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, and Wu Yi, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, before they entered the flame territory. Due to this reason, they were puzzled. This was because the changes in their attitudes were too great. From wanting to punish Duan Lingtian to protecting Duan Lingtian, it only took a blink of an eye for them to accept it. However, they were certain something must have happened. Otherwise, the two enforcement elders would not have such a huge change in attitude toward Duan Lingtian. Now that the punishment for Duan Lingtian had been decided, Guoxiong and Wu Yi left one after another. Duan Lingtian, can you tell us why the two enforcement elders' attitudes toward you changed so much after they entered the flame territory? Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were curious. Some of them even asked Duan Lingtian directly. If you want to know, why don't you ask Elder Wu Yi? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and used Wu Yi as a shield when faced with these people's questions. After a while, a few Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples did not manage to get any answers from Duan Lingtian. They gave up on the idea of finding a breakthrough from Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, what's going on? After the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples left, Gu Li finally had time to be alone with Duan Lingtian. When they were alone, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were not the only ones who were confused. Even Gu Li was puzzled. Actually, it's nothing much. I just proved my value to them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and replied through voice transmission. What value? Gu Li became even more curious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. My innate spiritual root is a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. There was nothing to hide in front of Gu Li. Blue innate spiritual root? Gu Li narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. What's going on? Isn't your innate spiritual root a yellow innate spiritual root? The news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root had long spread in the four symbols sanctums. Naturally, Gu Li had also heard about it. However, Duan Lingtian had just said his innate spiritual root was a blue innate spiritual root. Gu Li was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. I can't believe junior brother Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. However, only such an innate spiritual root is worthy of your martial Dao innate spiritual root. After a while, Gu Li regained his senses. He thought the news from the Black Turtle Sanctum was fake, so he did not dwell on it. Senior brother Gu Li, your innate spiritual root must be quite good as well, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. It's much worse than yours. My innate spiritual root is only a green innate spiritual root. Gu Li replied. Green innate spiritual root? That's not bad. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.